version of OnlyFans link in bio. Yeah, they're exploiting incels. Let incels exploit them back. I don't think they're exploiting incels. I don't like this mindset that men are I really don't like the mindset that men are not able or women are not able to control their behavior or their intentions. If you are a adult and you are doing something because somebody else did something on the internet, you are accountable for your actions. Whether you're getting mad, you're really happy, you're donating, you're refunding, you are the adult, you have free will, you are making that choice. They prey on underage viewers, though. She said that she marked her stream 18 plus. So if she marks her stream 18 plus and then somebody clicks I'm 18, I'm not going to go and have a fucking conniption fit about this when most of the porn websites do the exact same thing. So are we really going to act like this VTuber with a low-cut t-shirt is more of a problem than hardcore porn on Pornhub? What are we talking about? It's absolutely, completely distorted values. So yeah, that's the way that I feel about this. Obviously, a lot of people are going to be, you know, I think kind of negative towards her, but I completely support her, and I can totally see her point of view. And I think that it's a huge issue, and I think that, honestly, this is the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, that's it. Now, I know a lot of you guys, some people are going to be unhappy about it, but that's how I feel, honestly. The Trump inauguration party. Here we go. Y'all ready?
The golden age of America has arrived.
Nope.
President Donald J. Trump, number 47 in 43 minutes. Happy days are here again.
This is We the Sequel, We the People, round 2, as we take back our capital,
Nope.
as we take back the country after January 6th and all of those people running in jail for no reason. Most of them.
I'm ready to see gas
Most of
prices
them.
under
All right,
$1.50.
That's
I'm ready
fair.
to see the Federal Reserve abolished. I'm ready to see Trump
Ooh,
buy
Trump
1
won, not
million
Ron
Bitcoins
Paul.
for a strategic reserve for us Americans to have.
The official
I'm ready
Trump
to see
meme.
the northern, the southern border is secure. I'm ready to see inflation go down to 0. I'm ready
Wow, there it is.
for all the Jan 6 prisoners not only to get a pardon, but to get multi-million-dollar payouts in the future. And I'm ready to go to
Damn, all right.
Greenland and have a nice hotel stay.
Wait, what?
$1 million payouts in the future. And I'm ready to go to Greenland and have a nice hotel stay at a future Trump tower that gets built there. I'm ready for that.
There's no way this guy isn't halfway trolling. There's no fucking way. He's got to be farming. He is the prime age of watching Andrew's videos. Guaranteed he's farming. But it's really funny.
You know, Greenland is like negative 30 right now, though.
Well, Greenland is really cold and icy, and Iceland is really green and nice, right?
Yeah, it was like they named it that to trick the Vikings. So Iceland's the green one. So they were like, the Vikings, they were scared of them, so they were just like, yo, we're going to call Greenland Iceland and reverse it. So that the Vikings got to Greenland and were like, fuck.
Wow, that's amazing.
I'm really
That's crazy,
honestly
wow.
going to be proud to see our president able to walk and not crap himself in front of the world stage. It's nice to have a president
Are
that
those
can
his
speak
dreadlocks?
English without mumbling. It's nice to have a president that the people on the world
Let
stage...
me be perfectly clear. Another thing.
actually respect and maybe fear a little bit. Remember when he did the thing with Rocket Man? People said he was going to start World War III. He's like, Rocket Man, I've got the biggest rocket. I've got the biggest rocket. I've got a bigger
not
butt.
Elon Musk.
I've got a bigger rocket.
Rocket Man is on a suicide mission for himself and for his regime.
And everyone said that was going to start World War III. But did it? No, it actually backed off Rocket Man. And in the end, they ended up shaking hands, which had never been done before. Never been done in the history of the world. And it's that strength that you need when you come into a negotiation. You don't need some guy bumbling and barely able to walk, rolling up in front of the world leaders. They're laughing behind our backs. They're making us look foolish. At least Trump has swagger. He's got Americana, and he's a badass.
I definitely think he's learned a lot.
I do have to say that him dancing with the sword, cutting the cake, that was really high quality entertainment. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that makes people go out and buy a shirt with the American flag on it.
But I think, while we definitely didn't want the last 4 years, I think he's benefited from 4 years of just seeing what can happen. And now he's got the right team assembled. He knows how to move things around. And I think we're going to see real meaningful change.
Yeah, I'm ready for Elon to really, really, really cut most of the 2 million plus jobs in the federal government out of the equation, and I'm ready to see over 400 bureaucracies here in the United States that are like a cancer in God's U.S. Republic completely abolished. The IRS needs to be abolished.
I would like to see, say,
Look at
Department
that hat. There it is.
of Education gone. I would like to see ATF gone.
Why do you want the Department of Education shut down?
Before the Department of Education, we were ranked 9th in the world. Or no, we were 7th in the world.
In education.
Yes, in education. After the Department of Education, I think today we are about 14th. No Child Left Behind, drastically dumbed down the curriculums, made it so that students couldn't fail. And then every time
I really appreciated that, by the way. That was really useful because I used that to my advantage. I would get a 90 in every class, and then the next grading period I would get a 0. But they couldn't give you a 0. They could only give you a 50. And do you know what 50 and 90 plus each other are divided by 2? That's a 70. And do you know what 70 does? It passes the class. That's right.
curriculum is seen to be upgraded, the teachers union shut it down.
Interesting. Do you think teachers should be paid more?
No.
I do.
Why?
There shouldn't be a public education system.
And I'm ready for Donald John Trump to make Bitcoins a legal tender here, like what has happened in El Salvador with Nayib Bukele.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
What's the benefit of having a cryptocurrency reserve?
Well, with Bitcoins, we have to adapt to that as Americans. We have to have that because if we don't, we're going to be very, very far behind of other nations like El Salvador, who's leading the way.
Yeah.
Those people there.
I guess it's just important to have market regulation when it comes to, Bitcoin because of pump and dump schemes. Like, did you see the Hawk-Tua coin?
Right. That's a huge problem. We have Bitcoins. They're incredible. And then we have all the scam coins out there. And there are so many altcoins that are just wreaking havoc.
Yeah, because it's
Life
hard.
after life after life.
It's hard because you want to have a free market, but then the crypto world is just so full of scams. It's like you need some element of regulation.
Right. There needs to be some type of thing put in, and hopefully Trump can get it done.
Yeah.
What do you think about this upcoming presidency, bro?
I'm actually Cuban. I was born in Cuba.
Well, I think that, maybe the idea is that, remember how Trump said, I know that the system of taxes are rigged because I'm the one rigging the system? Maybe the Trump coin was him doing investigative research into crypto because now he can say, I know how the crypto scene is rigged because I'm the one that... how do people rug coins? Well, I know because I did it. Yeah.
In 2011, first terms for Trump, didn't really agree with him, didn't really agree with the way that he spoke about immigrants, especially I was not citizen yet. I didn't think about voting on the second term, but something happened. And I saw that Biden took such a comfortable back seat during July 6th back in Cuba. I don't know if you've heard about the situation.
Tell us about it.
So,
No idea.
I think it was 2022. There was a massive revolt all around the island.
Oh, wow.
All the cities were taking to the streets, protesting that they were sick and tired. There's no food.
I didn't even know this fucking happened. That's crazy.
There's no power. The government basically hoards all the resources, and instead of distributing them like they're supposed to, communism, they give it to the people that.
This guy's a viewer? Are you guys serious? Is this actually a viewer?
With them, the agents.
Yes. Oh my god.
Like Venezuela, exactly, same thing.
Yeah.
It was violent. The police were, and there are videos
That's
of
fucking
police
hilarious.
breaking
Пиздец, что за layout,
the
нахуй.
house of one of the organization leaders. They shot him right in front of the family.
Yeah.
You can see the blood running. It's really sad. I was crying throughout that entire place. It was tragic.
And how did Biden respond to the July 6th events?
He didn't do anything. He basically said, we're not gonna touch anything revolving around Cuba. We're gonna leave them to their devices. And there's a group of Cubans that today are gonna be having a protest in front of the White House to basically encourage Trump to look at that situation and try to do something, try to help.
Yeah. How long did it take you to achieve citizenship?
Well, for me,
So the one guy that's a viewer from my stream is well-spoken, a legal immigrant, and has a deep understanding of political events. I think that makes a lot of sense. Wow, what a surprise.
was around 6,
How about
7
that?
years. It's not hard. You just gotta know history, learn the history. They literally give you a booklet with the answers.
Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me about your sign?
Sure. So mine says protect trans kids. There's a lot of discourse about trans people right now. All of the time.
Birds aren't real, Yanny or Laurel. Jesus Christ. How many Funko Pops do you think she owns? I'd say at least a dozen.
Talking points being made are word for word identical to what they were 20 years ago or 30 years ago about gay people.
It's like we have mutants living among us on planet Earth.
I think if kids want to change their name, explore gender identity, do whatever the fuck they want, that's fine. If they at some point want to do something medical about it, then they can have an informed conversation with a parent and or medical professional.
And what threat do you think the next 4 years pose to that?
I mean, Trump said he's going to sign an executive order on day one saying that there are two genders, so...
Yep. Yep, that's over. This is over. He did. It's done. I think that the inclusion of trans into like the gay movement has done irreparable damage to it. And I feel like most people's problems with LGBT is 90% the T, if not more.
There's a pretty imminent threat of getting kicked out of the military, losing gender inclusive care.
Yeah.
People are going to die from this, and that's really shitty.
Transgender students in sports became a top issue on the 2024 campaign trail and now a top priority of House Republicans in the new Congress.
The only time that people, the general public, started caring about trans people in women's sports was when they started question mark winning. Like, Leah Thomas isn't even, she's a good swimmer. She's not the best.
Yeah.
There's no epidemic of men going into women's sports and sweeping competition. Like, that's not
true.
happening.
Yeah.
And also being on estrogen long term actually, like, weakens your physical abilities. And medical transition is often necessary to compete in women's sports for trans people. So, like,
Hatred has won, and that...
Yeah. Well, this lost. Yeah, like 80% of people think it's ridiculous. You just look up any opinion poll. Yep, that's over. It's done.
Is depressing. I cried on election day. I know so many other women who cried on election day. This means that so many people have to go into hiding, can't be themselves. People are...
They need to, for this Halloween, maybe they can do Make America Great Again Handmaid's Tale outfits for all the people that cried on election day. They sell a bunch of them.
Like Grant said, people are gonna die. People are... It's just, I'm legitimately terrified for my immigrant friends. I stay awake at night thinking about them, thinking about trans people. Whether or not you think that gay people should exist, trans people should exist, immigrants should be here or not, what I hope we can all come together and understand is that humans are humans. Maybe they did commit a crime, maybe they do something that you don't agree with. They are still people. The mass deportations of immigrants.
hey, Vite.
I wonder what, like, people like that, I see, like, I can respect, for example, I can respect the woman who gave that sermon the other day, who was, like, talking about, like, hoping that Trump would give, you know, not leniency, but be merciful on the immigrants and the migrants, because I think that that's, like, that's congruent with their religion. But what I think a lot of people find to be problematic with people like this is that I wonder what her viewpoints are on people who maybe didn't take the COVID vaccine, or maybe these are people who shared racist views on social media, or people that did something that is transphobic. Like, how do you think those people should be treated? And so I think the issue is that, like, if you're going to look at this from like a religious point of view, and you're going to say everybody should be treated the same, this is what Jesus would have done, I can respect that even though I disagree with it, because it's consistent and it is like it doesn't like it's not morally hypocritical. But with something like this, and to be fair, I am projecting. I don't know what her viewpoints on these are, but from what I've seen, I feel like there's a huge hypocrisy going on.
Supported the Vietnam War and killed a lot.
The mass deportation of immigrants is going to kill people.
Right? Yeah, Biden shit. Okay, great.
What are your thoughts on the whole like mass deportation issue?
Mass deportation. My wife is Mexican. Like I said, I live by the border. I love the Mexican people. There's a lot of good people. We definitely start at the top.
This guy's watched a lot of Trump speeches.
Meaning the worst and work our way down.
He's right.
You know, necessarily not so many, all these little, people with their families or people second generation, this and that. Let's not get too carried away. We'll start with the worst and we'll work our way down. When you got murderers and rapists in San Diego County, we have not just a sanctuary city, we have a super sanctuary city.
What does that mean?
Not only can you not tell ICE.
Yeah, he's completely right, by the way.
There's a problem with an illegal alien. You can't tell them even if they committed armed robbery or rape. They're like, no, what about the poor rapists and armed robbery? We can't send them back. We can't tell ICE.
We will not allow our local resources to be used for actions that separate families.
So they don't want to use the resources, which is what they calling ICE, just because they want to protect illegal aliens. I think the people...
Yeah, this has been a huge component. I think, again, like, people can smell bullshit. It's obviously that this is bullshit. You can't say that everybody is somebody, then say a racist should be killed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're saying that, right? But yeah.
People that are doing these laws are actually paid off by the cartel. It's a crazy conspiracy. I know. It's one thing having immigration, but when you just have a total open border, and then when they come in, they get free health care, they get free cell phones, they get free hotels, when our homeless people are living on the streets. I mean, come on, people. We got to do this legally, right?
We need to have a very...
Man. Could be another viewer.
Solid immigration policies will keep attracting the best talents across the world to this land to build it up, build the economy, build companies, hire employ people. I pay tax, and I want my tax to benefit my neighbors, my country, and my children, and my neighborhood, my community, right? I don't want other countries to take advantage of United States people.
Scientology. Yeah. Fucking exactly. I don't want my taxes going to a fucking migrant. I want them going to the homeless people here in Austin. I don't want them going to Israel. I don't want them going to a migrant. I don't want them going to another random fucking country. I don't want them going to the military-industrial complex. I feel like that's the way everybody feels, almost.
He's a cult.
Thank you.
Are you a Scientologist?
Nope.
Do you think that we're Scientologists?
Nope, just getting the message out, that's all.
Okay, what's the worst thing Scientology's done?
They use children for auditing, so 8, 9, 10-year-olds are asking grown men about masturbation and anal sex.
That's not good. Do you feel like...
Hashtag save the children.
Are you hoping for like exoneration
Sounds
from
pretty
January
bad.
6th people?
I am, indeed. In fact, I was down there at the vigil for the J6ers down on Freedom Corner with Nikki Withoff, who is Ashley Babbitt's mother. In fact, I have Ashley Babbitt's ashes in this necklace right here. I made this necklace with Ashley Babbitt's ashes. I made it for her and her
Andrew really found... He really finds the best people, doesn't he? He really gets the best people. That's incredible.
husband.
This morning, new details about 35-year-old Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by a Capitol police officer.
And I was down there and I was told that the word on the street is the guards were told to stay late tonight to help release the prisoners.
Are they being held in D.C. right now?
Oh yeah, they're not far from here, a few miles down the street.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. Any message to the American people before we go?
You should go watch his movie. This guy makes some great documentaries. I went to his premiere. It was freaking awesome. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Doc. Have a good one.
If you missed it, just 5 days ago, we dropped our first ever independent film called Dear Kelly, a project that's being received quite well across the political spectrum. It explores the life, backstory, and beliefs of a man named Kelly J. Patriot, who I met
remember this guy.
White Lives Matter rally in 2021.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the twins.
The film was shot over the course of 3.5 years, documenting Kelly's radicalization, his quest for revenge against a private lender, and his family's attempts to pull him out of the rabbit hole and put family first. The film is currently being self-hosted and privately distributed at www.dearkellyfilm.com for the low rental cost of $5.55. So if you want to support us and see the movie, head on over. All right,
that's badass.
Back to the streets of D.C.
Oh yeah, we are
Good for him.
surrounded by ancient pagan symbols, from the obelisk there, which may be the biggest obelisk in the world, to the dome there of Isis, the ever-pregnant womb of Isis, and the occult mindset. That's what that is.
I think he's going a little bit too far with that one. But the first one, I could see that.
With the apotheosis of George Washington, which is that mural inside the dome, which represents that Masonic future that so many Masons are into having, where they ascend as a god into some type of paradise. It's not from the Bible, and I'm totally against all that. I'm standing here for Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the Lord of the heavens and the earth.
Okay. Wait, I'm a bit confused. You're here for Jesus Christ. However, the pagan symbology is also important.
Well, it's not important to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because
There it is.
the plan that was put in
True,
place
brother.
to build Washington, D.C. was a plan, in fact, to honor the ancient gods. And the plan was not to honor Jesus Christ. The people who designed this place, the main people, were into it to honor their Masonic god, who is Satan, recorded about in the King James Version Bible.
Who do you? It's Lucifer. It's the Lucius Trust. There's like Illuminati is derivative of Lucifer, which is a like a term for light bringer. I don't want to reveal my power level about this, but yeah, this is true.
I think was controlling Biden behind the scenes.
Obama was definitely a key player.
Obama?
Again? In my research, Obama's more like
it wouldn't have been Obama. If it was Obama, he would have done a better job.
Manager in Satan's hierarchy. He's got the World Economic Forum. He's got the UN. He's got King Charles and the monarchy. He's got so many different groups that have extreme amounts of power compared to me.
Yeah. Do you think that there's kind of like a second deep state forming around Trump?
Well,
yes.
Just protect Trump from having that happen, God. Please help him not to make the same mistakes that he made when he was the 43rd president of the United States, God.
Where do you get most of your news and information from?
Twitter.
X.
There you go.
Not just Infowars.com with Alex Jones.
Did you use X back when it was?
Twitter and Infowars. This guy is locked and fucking loaded. He's ready to go to war. All right.
In control of Jack Dorsey?
Well, I did, and I got suspended multiple times.
What'd you do?
Was that kind of a wake-up call for you, just having your account taken down multiple times?
I was really aware of that type of thing back in 2013 when I started listening to Alex Jones. He started to wake me up to how things really work in a general way. How we're in a war.
So this is like a 10-year wizard. That's pretty good. It's a good start.
There's a group called the Globalists, and they want to depopulate the Earth, and they want to get it down to under 500 million people.
Yeah.
And they want to bring in their new world order system, their technotronic state where you can't buy or sell without the mark of the beast. It's right there in the book.
This is this correlates to the World Economic Forum, and he's referring to a quote that was made by a Rothschild, and it was talked about maybe 15 years ago. But that quote and that conversation is very, very little known. Like, people don't really know a lot about that. They don't want you to know? Yes. And he's like 50% there, Zeitgeist. I think it was discussed in that movie, but that movie came out in like 2009. But he actually had said that way before then. Heard about this? Yes.
For Revelation, the King James Version Bible. I mean, we may live in that time. We may go through it. I'm ready to die for Jesus. I'm never taking.
Yeah, so just so you understand the full context of this. So basically, people are radicalized because they're concerned that people who are, for example, like Freemasons, who are, or you know, part of like Lucius Trust or some other form of what they consider to be devilry, are going to create a social and governmental apparatus that's going to cause people to undertake a certain object or item into their body that will then be used as a mark of the beast that will make it to where they can't go to heaven. And that's why a lot of people were worried about the COVID vaccine, and that's also worried about why people are worried about chips as well. So in case people didn't know, like Neuralink is another example of that. That sounds insane. Oh yeah, no, well that's the lore of it, right? That's how it comes from. Is this supposed to happen? Yes, and it already is happening.
Taking the mark of the beast no matter what.
What's the mark of the beast?
It could be a microchip in your hand, this one, your right one, or your left one, and then maybe it's some type of Neuralink chip in your head.
Yeah.
Or maybe something more advanced than that.
Yeah.
Some people have said.
What the fuck? I already know all these boss mechanics. Yeah, I've done this raid before. I've gone through this on Mythic before. This is not a big deal.
The nanoparticulates, or however you say it, in those bioweapon shots from Big Pharma are some type of mark of the beast thing.
That's the COVID vaccine.
Hey, man, well, I appreciate you so much. Thanks for your time, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. And our show's called Channel 5. Be sure to check it out, man. Appreciate you, dude.
You're awesome.
Thank you. You're awesome, too.
Thank God for his life.
Yeah, man. I love you. You too.
Just learned something today, bro. Yep.
Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers.
Yeah.
5 is.
That was smart. No, he knew a lot of that stuff. I mean, I tell you guys, like with this kind of stuff, you know, if you don't know what's going on with any of this kind of shit, like I definitely do. I mean, I've spent a lot of time invested in knowing about all this stuff and hyper focusing on it, thinking about it, getting involved with it, everything like that. You know, do your research. Yes, you have to do, no, not do your research. Do your own research. You have to do your own research. You can't let somebody else do it for you. And this is a great video by Andrew. I heard a little bit about his film. I'm probably going to look more into that soon, so we'll see what happens. You said your mom was an expert on this stuff? I don't think that you guys understand. So my mom was a writer. She went to college, and she had a 4.0 GPA in graduate school. She spent all day learning about crazy shit. I swear to God, she probably knew more crazy shit than Alex Jones did. Because she knew all kinds of, like, religious shit. She knew about other cultures, like, everything. It was fucking insane. By the time that she had, like, she was watching Alex Jones in 1995. I was a little kid because we were in Austin and Alex Jones was in Austin. Like, she had things printed out. Like, she already knew everything. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm telling you guys, like, yeah, she had like all these like psychology books and like everything. I'm trying to remember. She was older. Yeah, I mean, like, and the thing is that I'm trying to remember like some more examples of it. And so anyway, so she told me about all of this stuff. That's how I know all of this. It's because, and I probably have forgotten half of that because she knew so much about it. Bedtime stories as a kid were conspiracy theories. You know what's really funny about that? Is yes. And I remember, so there was a barbecue place that you know is like near my house, and I went to this barbecue place and I told her that there were 2 conspiracy people talking about it, and I told her what they were talking about, and she didn't even really want to go down there because she thought they were too low level, because they were like exchanging these 2 crazy guys had like these big binders full of information and they were trading them back and forth, and she's like, oh yeah, I knew about that, and like you know, like 1998 or something like that. What did you think about the planes hitting the towers? What do you think she thought? Yeah, what do you think? Right, and was your mom religious? Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic. And yeah, absolutely. And so there it is, level 1 conspiracy theorist. No, I'm telling you, like, any of my friends will tell you the exact same fucking story. Like, she was really, really into that shit. Like, she has, like, I'm not even kidding you, probably, and, like, we've gotten rid of some of them because some of them got damaged by, like, water. She probably had, and in my house, there are probably 1,000 books in my house. I'm not even kidding you. And I'm pretty sure she read about 950 of them. That's all she did. What other conspiracies did your mom have exclusive to her? Basically, you know what? I could probably find videos of her talking about it. And if I do, I'll put them online. I will. Would you like to see the books? Yeah, and so it was crazy, crazy, crazy. A lot of stuff. RFK files are supposedly releasing today. Oh, maybe they will. But either way, this video... So yes, I know, like, any conspiracy theory, any of that stuff, that's how I know about it. And then also, like, I know stuff that she didn't know, which is the internet stuff. Like, she didn't get into, like, the social media part of the internet, really hardly at all. And so, like, when I see that, I know all the, like, I know probably about, I would say 10 to 20% of what she knew about conspiracy theory stuff. Like, if that. The JFK, not RFK? I know that. Did I say RFK? I meant to say JFK. Yeah, she would have been all over Twitter now, though. No, she would go to Twitter, too. She would watch just a lot, like, she watched The Usual Suspects, basically. Like, think about all the people that conspiracy theorists would watch. She would watch them. There it is. Yep. And let's see, I'll look at a few more of these. RFK was a conspiracy tool? Well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. David Icke? Oh, yeah, I knew all about David Icke. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. It's not even a question. Stopped watching TV 25 years ago. Read like 100 books. As streaming wasn't really a thing at the time. Yeah. Let me see. I'll look at a few more of these. Do you believe all the conspiracy stuff? I think that it's important to know what happened and to know the information to provide a frame of reference. But for the most part, I think that she would try to put pieces together when she didn't have the full puzzle. And so she'd make pictures that weren't entirely accurate. You know, it's like you have a jigsaw puzzle with 1,000 pieces and you have 970 pieces. You're going to kind of have the picture, but if you try to make them all fit together, it's going to be a little bit distorted. So I think that's really the case with a lot of that stuff. She would vote Trump. Yes, she voted for Trump in 2020. I remember I had the driver up there. She couldn't even go inside the building. And they, like, actually, the thing is that the people that do voting are, like, really, they're really nice people. And they let her vote from the car. Like, they took the whole machine out there to her, and she was able to do the whole thing on her own. I can't even tell if this guy's serious. Everything that I'm saying is completely serious. Damn, I'm sorry. No, I mean, that's just the way it is, right? I mean, you get older, and that's just what it is. When Snowden exposed the NSA, it validated a lot of conspiracy theorists. Oh yeah, she knew all about that. And I remember when Snowden exposed it, there was nothing that Snowden exposed that she didn't already know, basically. And she was like, see, I told you. Now he's saying it. Now do you believe me? And I'm like, okay, well, maybe some of this stuff is true. Bill Mayer made a video about Mr. Beast.
And finally, new rule here in the season of giving. Can we at least agree that giving is good?
No.
I bring this up because one of the more mind-blowing stories of this year was about the internet celebrity, Mr. Beast.
Ooh.
And how he was always getting raked over the coals for a series of charitable endeavors. Now, if you don't...
Yep, kindness for clicks. Mr. Beast and the problem of philanthropy is spectacle. Mr. Beast, world's top YouTube star, takes fire for being a white male. Oh my god. Oh, bro, well, we can't all be perfect, right? Holy shit. Mr. Beast under scrutiny again after biggest video ever invites controversy Mr. Beast is only a good person for views. Oh my god. Bro, you know why people say this? I'm gonna tell you why. It's because there's losers that sit in their mom's fucking house all day, just like me, but they're trying to find out a way that Mr. Beast is doing it wrong, because if they acknowledge that Mr. Beast is actually just helping the world and being a better person, it obviously begs the question, well, why aren't you doing that? And so the way that they rationalize that they're okay doing nothing is to downplay everything that Mr. Beast does, so they don't have to feel insecure about the fact that their life is worth nothing. And it probably never will be.
No, Mr. Beast is the most successful YouTuber ever with over 38 billion views.
That's right.
Feel old now? Anyway, he takes some of the money made from 38 billion views and plows it back into doing things like, this year, partnering with a group of doctors to provide cataract surgery for 1,000 blind people.
Yeah.
That restored their eyesight.
Yeah, this was, a lot of people were very upset about this happening. I remember whenever this happened, this was fucked up that he did this.
Oh, huh? Wrong.
Wrong, yep, true.
He filmed their overjoyed reactions, which to many made him a performative altruist.
That's right, there it is. And this is, again, how much do you want to bet that the person who wrote this article has done nothing of value in their entire life? I think it's probably like a 100% chance. Literal worthless people.
A Washington Post reporter tweeted, "What truly needs curing is society's view of disabled people."
Oh, this girl always says stupid shit. Anytime I read her name, it's because it's something stupid. She's been doing this for like 15 years. It's not a surprise at all. Should quote it, yeah, it's just how it is. And he's curing a society's view of the disabled. Society's view of the disabled. Well, so you're saying that society can't see the disabled. So then helping the disabled see, wouldn't that allow them to see? I mean,
And BuzzFeed agreed, Mr. Beast seems to regard disability as something that needs to be solved.
That's right, it does. Disability is bad, and nobody should have a disability. That's right. I remember reading that article myself. The person who wrote the article was a moron. And we investigated whether or not they were a moron. And after the investigation was concluded, we were certain that they were in fact a moron. That's right. This is what I said. Like, you remember back when, like, at the beginning of the show, whenever I was talking about that Skara thing, about how losers on the internet live in some abstract universe that doesn't even make sense to the real world? These are the losers. They're the ones that are writing these posts. Exactly. The person who wrote the article was obviously not blind. True.
Okay, disability is something that needs to be solved.
Yep. Of course it is. Somebody says, I did take a course on this. There's a subset of disabled people who regard it as part of them in the same way that some autistic people either see disability as part of them. It's a complex topic. Okay, you're right. So if you think that, then just don't get the change. But, like, for example, being blind, like, guys, Daredevil isn't real, okay? Being blind is a massive disability. Not being able to hear is a massive fucking disability. This is something that impairs your life and makes you less of a functioning human. There are things that you now cannot do. I understand that people, it's a debuff. It is a debuff, and there's no way that it's not a debuff. You can come to terms with it, and you can think that that's part of your identity. But it is a disability, and it is a downgrade. The only times where it's not a downgrade are in fucking superhero movies. That's just it. People are living in a fantasy world.
And what truly needs curing is blindness. Here's how I know this.
It's like having resurrection sickness.
The newly sighted people are cheering.
Yeah, they're
not
happy.
Booing, because Mr. Beast, whoever the fuck that is.
What do you mean, whoever the fuck? Shut up, Bill. Shut up. I'm so sick of this old fuck sitting here on TV doing this shit. Shut the fuck up, Bill. Everybody knows Mr. Beast. Come on, just because he's not on a TV show? Who the fuck watches TV? Jesus.
You cured them and you didn't do shit. You know the expression.
True. Bill's an asshole, but a lot of times he's right. You know, it's like this guy, there's like between 2 and 5 times a year where he makes a video and he's the only person saying it. He's the only person, and I love it. Like those 2 to 5 times a year, I'm so excited.
Shit or
Like
go
me?
blind,
Yeah.
You didn't either.
True. Didn't do shit. True.
I tell you, I don't get the woke. They love nothing more than being a victim, except when they really are one, and then they tell you, I am not, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Get this. Last month, Mr. Beast, in another dick move...
This is to talk about the wells in Africa, huh?
Funded the construction of 100 wells.
So he's trying to make the Kenyan government look stupid. Oh, a white guy comes in here and he can solve all their problems. Oh, typical, right? Yeah, wow. How fucked up is that?
Across 5
Well, I remember this.
Africa to provide clean drinking water to 500,000 people.
Yeah.
Good thing, right? No. Not
Bad.
Good, bad.
Bad.
The founder of a charity called Face Africa called it kind of frustrating that overnight this person comes along who happens to be a white male figure with a huge platform, and all of a sudden he gets all of the attention.
Well, that's because he built 100 wells. You see how that happens? It's crazy that they're actually just racist. Isn't that just nuts? That, like, it's not even... Like, for example, like, I'll see some shit like this, right? And I don't mean to, like, divert, but, like, there's this video I saw today, and it was this guy, and he's at this is, like, in Poland. Bro, what? He comes in, bro, he just shuts down Hanukkah. This guy says, no, man. Like, the act just blows it the fuck out. Look at that. It's like we've gone all the way where people are now just fucking racist. And it just is what it is.
Yes, but...
Uh-huh.
But you know what else is frustrating? Dying of thirst.
Yeah, I could see that being problematic. I wouldn't know because I don't live in Kenya.
Mr. Beast, how dare he come in and bogart digging the wells?
Yeah.
That's so white guy, always taking fresh water and shoving it down our throats. Oh.
And I love how it's always, and another really big factor is it's not our throats. You've got to keep in mind, because the actual people that are affected by this are tremendously grateful. They absolutely love Mr. Beast. They think he's like the greatest person ever. You know what Mr. Beast made me realize? Is like growing up, I always thought the story of Jesus was bullshit. Because like there's no way this guy just comes in and he's helping everybody out. He's doing everything and, you know, they just decide to fucking crucify him for what? Like what the fuck? Why would people do this? And then now I see this happen. I'm not saying Mr. Beast is Jesus, but I see that strain of humanity. And it's like, holy fuck, I bet they did cross. I bet they nailed him up to the cross. They're like, oh, you think you could do it better than us? Oh, let's see how you could do it on the cross, you son of a bitch. And they stab him. That's what I think happened. I don't even know how this happens. But there's like an element of people that are like that. I've never, because like you can think about this abstractly, right? You can always make an abstraction of something and think about it on a theoretical level. But then it's another thing to see it in action. Jesus cured blind people? Or Lazarus, what was he, fucking dead or something? Now he's alive? Nah, bro, put him up on the cross. String him up, let's go. Nope. Nope. Let's get him the fuck out of here.
Another thing this asshole did in Africa.
Yep. True.
Was pay for the rebuilding of an African orphanage, which the director of the Hope and Homes for Children charity called it a classic case of white saviorism.
How many years until being racist is like, it's like maybe you could have it on like dating profiles. It's like, which people are you racist against? And to make sure that you like match with other people, it's like, oh, we really don't like white people, or we don't like Asians. Okay, well, yeah, let's put these two people together. Maybe they'll get along. I think we're getting close. I'm thinking racism is coming back in a big way.
So true. Ask any orphan to name the worst part of their life. Show-offs. Please. We should be celebrating having dead parents. Hey, it didn't hurt Batman.
Oh, true. True. Think about that. And remember, again, they live in a fantasy universe. There it is. It's, again, fantasy universe. Somebody says racism never left. You're right. People have always been racist. But here's what the difference is. It's the same as furries. Furries used to be ashamed of it. They used to have the social awareness to know that they're fucked up. And they kept the fursuit at home. Like back in the day, I would tell somebody about furries, and they'd be like, there's no way that's real. But nowadays, I tell somebody about furries, and they say, oh yeah, I know somebody in my class that comes to class in a fursuit sometimes. And so like racism is going to be the same thing, where like people have lost all sense of shame and like fucking cultural accountability, that they just are fucking insane, and they're totally out with it. They're like, yes, I'm the crazy person in the village. Now watch me make a helicopter with my dick. And that's it. They just put it out there. Furries are never sober. I mean, fuck. That's probably an improvement. Witness me.
How did we get to this
What about
weird
Fuda?
place?
Yeah.
Telling people who...
No, bro, because this is the thing, right? I went and I watched Emmy and Tectone doing a stream at the anime fucking convention. And I've been to these fucking conventions before. And I swear to God, 10 years ago, nobody was walking around with a body pillow asking Jessica Meowry or whatever the fuck to sign it. Nobody was asking her to step on them. Nobody was doing this.
Ой, ты какой, а? Ой, ты какой. Ой, ты какой.
People
Ой,
have body
ой,
pillows.
попался,
It's a real
попался,
thing.
попался.
They're getting them signed. It's totally like fucking off the charts. Like I've been there 10 years ago. I'm there now. Body pillows have gotten normalized. I swear to God. And they're like, can you sign my body pillow? Holy fuck. What are you gonna do with it after that? Can you believe this? It's insane. Don't you have a body pillow? Yeah, I do. But that's different because somebody gave it to me. It's on the floor. It's not on the bed. But that's the whole point. Bring back shame. It's not that people don't have shame. It's that people don't have shame. That's actually exactly why. It's exactly fucking why. That's exactly it. And you saw this, right? You saw this shit. Look at this. Let me see. Can I find any? Anime Expo 2023. Are these any good? Let me see. Oh, here it is. Let's see if we can find any here. Oh, wait, no. I gotta get a picture of the crowd. Oh my fucking God. Look at that.
Пиздел.
At least there's no body pillows here. I'll have to find more of them. I'm sure I'll have to find one of them here. They're selling them even here. I think that's a body pillow case. Oh my God. That's too bad. There is one? Okay, I'll have to find it. I'll have to find some different bookmarks for this to prove it to you guys. But you remember, I went to these anime and these conventions before, 10 years ago. I've been to them. And nobody was going around doing that. Now it's normalized. It's nuts. You need a case for your body pillow? Well, yeah. So if you get the pillow stained or dirty somehow, then you can just replace the case. You don't have to replace the whole pillow.
Actually out in the world, making a positive difference, you're the problem.
Yeah.
Quick question. Who the fuck are you?
Exactly. True. Some loser.
And this isn't only the media.
Yeah.
And the people on Twitter who exist to bitch.
That's all they
finding
exist
something. He just did it for the clicks.
Yeah.
For the wrong reason.
As I said, they're always looking for a way to devalue it because, again, most people's criticism and opinions come from within themselves. Most people don't have ideals or principles or thoughts. Most people are basically just animals. And because of that, the only thoughts and values they have are things that reinforce their own existence. So the reality is that most people only think this stuff and say certain things because it makes them feel better about their own reality. They're NPCs. They are. I'd say it's a good 20-30% of the population. Functional NPCs. Probably more.
Done more or sooner, whatever. You suck, signed X.
Yeah.
No.
It's depressing. It's a lot.
No, this is
It's on a
also the
spectrum.
National Institutes of Health, which last year proposed to amend their mission statement to exclude the word disability, saying it, quote, could be interpreted as perpetuating ableist beliefs that disabled people are flawed and need to be fixed.
You hear that? That was an actual laugh. Because that was the first actual funny thing that's been said this whole time. We didn't need a laugh track for that one, did we?
Perpetuating ableist beliefs that disabled people...
See? You hear that? No laugh track needed for that one.
...are flawed and need to be fixed. Let me...
People really lost their fucking mind, huh? People have really gone off the deep end.
Take this moment to go on record.
Something.
If I am ever struck blind or deaf or paralyzed, don't praise me. Fix me.
Yeah, true.
Don't sit around talking about how much I'm just as good as you. Fix me. Do something. Use AI. Invent something. Steal body parts.
They'll
from a
be
pet
able to do
cemetery.
that. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Steal stem cells from a frog. Whatever it takes. Gene sequencing, robotic eyeballs, harvesting clones. Inject me with hamster platelets.
I like
Grow a
that.
Gallbladder from impossible meat. Just do something.
By the way, same. Technology is amazing. Science is great. I love it. It's incredible. And the stuff they're able to do now, they can 3D print organs using flesh tissue is absolutely incredible. And I think that we live in the greatest time of scientific evolution that we've ever had. And we are so lucky to be alive.
And if I catch on fire, you also have my absolute permission to piss on my ass.
Oh, yeah. There's that, too.
You know, there's so much faking this time of year between the presents you don't want to buy and the presents you didn't want to get and the goodwill toward men that lasts until January 2nd. I just don't have room for, and disability is awesome.
Yeah, it's just
not
ridiculous.
Awesome. And it's not a political affiliation. That's the problem. We turn everything into a political identity category.
That's very true. This has been a problem for, I would say, 10 years. And there's even companies that become political, right? Some companies are this politics, some companies are that politics. It's so exhausting. I can only imagine what it's like for a European to hear about how Bud Light is political. It's like, oh, fuck. Oh, they're doing it again? Jesus. Oh, God. Yeah, and so then they said they had who as a commercial? Right. And then because he's, yeah. Uh-huh. It's just like insane. Beer and politics, yeah, it's nuts. I don't think people even realize how insane it is.
Deaf, that's your identity. Don't mess up a good thing by hearing. When Adele lost weight, she was excoriated for betrayal. To who?
Don't idolize Adele's weight loss. Do you know who reads that article? Hey, does anybody know who's gonna read that article? Fat people. That's what it is. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. I'm a little bummed that Adele lost weight. Adele released backlash from weight loss, says some fans felt betrayed. Man, we really need to have like a meteor show up pretty soon, don't we? Something like that. We really got to have there's got to be something that needs to happen. It's really something.
Afraid the unhealthy? The woke have even turned the homeless into a political identity group, as opposed to liberals, old school liberals, who just want to get them off the street.
Yeah.
Which now is seen as kind of judgy, like...
No displacement, eviction kills.
Don't disturb them in their natural habitat.
Yeah.
They're just living their best life under the bridge.
Oh, this is nothing, bro. Like, this is nothing. Like, bro, in Austin, like, we got the homeless people, bro, they're playing Fortnite. I'm telling you, like, they're building some crazy ass shit. They got tents on top of tents. They got all kinds of stuff going on. I remember during COVID, like, I posted a picture of like one of the encampments that they had made. I was like, damn, this is crazy. And somebody you know what somebody goes, they say, why aren't they wearing masks? They say, like, all these homeless people living underneath, it was the bridge. I'll let y'all know. It was the bridge on Lamar. Like, if you know the bridge on Lamar, under that bridge, you know that they were popping the fuck off there. And somebody goes and they say, yeah, but why aren't they wearing, like, that's bad, man. They're not wearing masks. That's kind of problematic. Bro, yes, yep, exactly. Tented towers. Oh my God. And like, they just sat there, right? They didn't really do anything. So nobody really complained. Like, kind of closer to my house, there's like a place where there's like 3 blocks on the sidewalk, you know, like the cinder blocks, how they're like segmented out. There's 3 of these cinder blocks that the homeless people have taken over, and they just live there. And this is just acknowledged by the police. It's acknowledged by the community, and everybody else just lets them sit there, and it's not a problem. So yeah, I've dealt with this for a long time. And I've seen this a lot.
The woke think the #1 job is to protect homeless people from stigma. I think the #1 job is to protect them from rain.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, when I did the Ice Bucket Challenge back in 2014, I thought I was helping the cause of funding research.
Damn, I forgot all about that.
Wrong again. An op-ed in Time magazine said the Ice Bucket Challenge even seems to be suggesting that being cold, wet, and uncomfortable is preferable to fighting ALS.
Oh, God. Well, the funny thing is that, like, the Ice Bucket Challenge was supposed to simulate the impulses that you receive whenever you have ALS. That was why they did it. That's why it was an Ice Bucket Challenge, is because it was supposed to simulate the sensory impulses that you got whenever you had ALS. I remember this because this was an internet thing that happened 10 years ago. I remember everything about it.
It was suggesting no such thing. What is wrong with this country that so many people can't be happy for anything for even a second? Ice bucket challenge? America is more ready for the can you shit on something good challenge.
That's all they do. That's all they fucking do. This is a Bill W. This is a big Bill W. I'm glad to see this. Thank fucking God somebody else who's in mainstream media is calling this shit out for what it is. There's the video right there. That was amazing. I hope he does more like this. This is so good. Oh my God. That's not Americans though. That's regressive culture everywhere. Well, you're right. It definitely is. I don't really understand what the culture is like. I don't know what the culture is like in, for example, like Japan or like China or India or Saudi Arabia. I don't understand what their problems are, right? But like, I think this is this is a Western culture problem. It is a massive Western culture problem, and I don't think people know how to solve it yet. Yeah, this is a great video. I fucking love this. The people that are complaining about Mr. Beast is the saddest fucking thing I've ever seen. The saddest and most pathetic thing. The Overton window only moves left? Well, I don't know. Like, that's what I said, man. I think racism is coming back in a big way. No, I think that it already has. Yeah, bro, like, people are just being racist nowadays. Like, I remember back, like, 5 years ago, whenever somebody accused you of being racist, and you said, no, I'm not. I just see things for what they are. Some other bullshit excuse. Now, you tell somebody they're being racist, and they're like, you're goddamn right. You're goddamn... So this is a video I uploaded, I guess it's like a few hours ago, and by I mean the editors uploaded. If you read the comments in this video, the majority of people in these comments are getting angry. Obviously, like, this has been a lot of negativity for the game, and so Steven came out and made a response to the video that I made talking about the game. Here we go.
I just watched your video reviewing Narcs. Very unfortunate video. About Ashes, and I wanted to take just a moment to go through a couple of the things that he says that I feel are really disingenuous and unfortunately paint a very negative light on myself, on the team, on the project, and I think that it's very intentional what he did in his video.
Why?
And I think it's important to the viewers that they have an opportunity to really inspect and understand what Narc is saying, whether or not it's accurate and true, and whether or not there's a bias there, and if he's trying to paint a picture that is overly negative for the purposes of trying to defame the project because of whatever reason that he's become discontent about us. But
it's hard to know why somebody, like, unless I talked to Narc, I would have no idea why he felt this way. But as I said before, I think that whenever you get super invested into something, it's very easy for something like this to happen. Super easy.
I think the biggest takeaway in watching his video that can give a real clear sign to the viewers that what he is saying is not accurate is the way he portrays the desert. And 2 years ago we had let me set my speed a little bit lower. 2 years ago we had a showcase of our development update, kind of walking through the zone of the desert that was completed, so that players could see what that desert's going to look like, what the zone's going to be like. And in his video, he goes to the edge of the map. Basically, you can see, kind of this area, which is the entrance into the desert. And this desert is supposed to be relatively large. I mean, it's going to go all the way kind of down out here. And this section is still incomplete, right? We are building the game. We are in alpha. We have been very clear that there is a significant amount of work, of course, for us to do. The approach that I have taken with this project has been one to kind of show that process very clearly to the players. And he makes a claim that you know, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false. He purposefully.
So is this in Alpha 2 right now, or Alpha 1 or Alpha? I guess it's Alpha 2. This is in the game right now. Switch to 1080p. Oh, sorry.
Goes out to the edge of the desert in his video without giving.
So it's. So the area was in the game.
Any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists, right? This is some 26 square kilometers.
That's true. No, Steven's right. Like, I would have 100% got the impression that the desert didn't have this on there. The area is in the game that Narc showed, but it's just the edge and it's not fully finished. So both things are true. What Steven said, what Steven is saying here is true, and Narc saying that part of the desert is unfinished is also true. But from my video that I watched of Narc, I got the impression that the things that were being shown, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you guys that thought this from the original video, that the desert showcase that was showcased 2 years ago or whatever was not in alpha. That was my impression that I got. Okay, so everybody got this same impression. Okay, good. I'm not saying Narc lied, I'm saying I got that impression.
Desert area that is present within the world. And he doesn't show any.
This looks exactly like what was in the Alpha 2 test. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think Narc misrepresented it, because. So, okay, this is the reason why. And I like Narc a lot, so I'm trying to... I want to be nice, because I do really like the guy. But I think he painted a picture that was intentionally inaccurate. Because it's very obvious that when you have an alpha for a game, the entire game isn't completed or finished. But to say that the desert that we were promised wasn't in the game is only a partial truth, and I think the partial truth hinges on not taking into consideration that the game isn't fully completed. Like, I've played AAA demos that are like this. Like, I played, like, let me think of some examples of this. No Rest for the Wicked, the demo for that, like, a lot of the game wasn't finished. I played, I think World of Warcraft is the best example. Like, how many of you guys remember the super popular videos that I did of WoW where I go into the alpha and it's not available yet? Or, like, there's big, huge swaths of the game that aren't doable. He also claimed the desert that they had was easily put in Unreal Engine in 10 minutes. Yeah, the desert not being expanded on. It seems like Narc was focused on nothing new has been shown into various alphas. Well, from my impression, that's not what I got out of it. Yeah, that's not what I got out of it myself. I mean, I don't know what else to say. He did make the claim that the entire desert could be generated in Unreal in 10 minutes. I don't know, maybe it could. I've no idea, right? I've never used Unreal. I'm not good at it. That's probably not true. But, you know, maybe. I have no idea. We get so used to seeing an unfinished game release, work in progress on it. Early access is now perceived as a fully release on Now a Day. Well, like, what I'm saying is that... So, I guess this is kind of like... This is the impression that I got, right? So, this is the desert. And so... So, basically, this is the good part of the desert. And the red is the bad part of the desert, right? I got the impression that this is basically where the alpha is now, right? Is this an accurate evaluation? that if you look at the alpha for the desert at this very moment, it's basically this. More or less, right? I mean, like, size, disparity, irrelevant, not important, but just generally that's what it is. A bit bigger, but yes. Okay. So, yeah, I was totally misled. I was totally misled. And it makes sense. This is the... Jesus Christ, this is embarrassing. Alpha. Yeah, this is the alpha part. And so it's not finished. You got played, sadly. I didn't get played. I didn't. No, that's the thing. Is that I didn't get paid or played. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of other people got played, and people got mad at me because I wasn't played. This point is misrepresented by Steven. Pull me up and I will explain. Okay. I'm going to let this person explain. And then we'll continue the video. I apologize. It's been a very contentious thing for me, and so I'm very caught up in this. Can you quickly pull up the NARC video showcasing the desert? I can. I will do that. I think that's a really good idea. So let's listen to what he said. Actually, wait a minute. Let me go back to the chatter. Sorry. You know, a lot going on. Okay, this person still hasn't responded. So let's listen to what NARC said.
For developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that it's...
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet, what we received was this, an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being...
So this is in the alpha, right? And this is the desert? Okay, so how did this get misinterpreted? The part Steven said is complete already in the game for the most part, and NARC got mad that they said launch phase 2 with the full desert and they didn't add anything. Did he say? I didn't hear full desert. Did you guys hear full desert? He never did. Yeah, I didn't hear that being said at all. I don't know where this is coming from. Okay, well, I mean... yeah, this is misleading. It's misleading. Like, it is. Like, I don't know what else to say.
Is present within the world, and he doesn't show any of that, which I think is really just unfortunate. Here we have a little player here. Hold on. I'll give them a Christmas hat because they found me. So, you know, just kind of running through this space, you know, you ask yourself, why would NARC purposefully show for a minute and a half in his video a completely barren section of the edge of the map to try to demonstrate to the viewer that what we showed was not real, when in fact there is a...
It was misleading. It was like this absolutely misleading.
A huge portion of the desert that is complete, that is a playable space, that has monsters in it, that is exactly what we showed in our preview of the desert biome. It's completely disingenuous, and it's intended to influence the viewer's perception of us, of myself, and to demean, our character, which is just completely unfair. And we don't have a way to inform all of the people who go and watch Narc's video. It has over 100,000 views now, or your video, which is going to have 500,000 or 1 million views, and people are going to walk away from that video and they're going to think, wow, why would they show something that is inaccurate when here is exactly what we showed, right? So I think it's important that people see that, and I think it's important that they understand that this section of the world is here, that we do not show any updates or development that is not real, that is fake. I understand that people have been burned through many other developments that have, shown things that aren't exactly accurate, but that's not the...
This is not... This looks like a desert area that I would expect to see in an MMO, and it looks... It's some kind of a boss. Yeah, it looks fine. It looks really good. Yeah, Steven is also misrepresenting this. No, he's not. So Steven saying the desert is incomplete and Narc saying the desert is not what we were promised. One of these statements is true and the other one is simply not true. The alpha was never advertised to be 100% like asset or feature complete. This was never a promise. It was never advertised. And in every single alpha for every single game, this is what happens. And if you play any game in an alpha state, you see situations like this. And if you don't believe me, look at me playing games in alpha states, like search Asmongold Alpha, and you'll see me playing games that are like this. No shit, yeah. Yeah, PoE 2 doesn't have 3 acts. Exactly. Steven is also misrepresenting this. They stated on December 20th that the alpha in the desert was expanded, but everything that Steven was showing was already in the game, and the expansion is what Narc was playing. That's not what Narc said. Listen to what he said.
And the Tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet, what we received was this, an empty...
That is a factually untrue statement. I don't know what else to say.
Wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me
Somebody says, yeah, I mean... So, what is this? You want me to go back? What am I going back to? What do you want me to go back? What am I misrepresenting? This is what I was saying before about how people have a bias for the first person who tells them something. How can you possibly defend this level of this is such an obvious misrepresentation. How can you possibly say it's not? I don't understand this. Like, it's so fucking obvious. Go back and Narcs. Go back to what? What do you say? You're saying go back. Go back to what? Narc mentioned the expansion and then wrongfully showed the edge of the map, but Steven showed in his response video the old showcase area, not the expansion. Yes, but Narc implied that the showcase area in the showcase was not in the game. That's what the video that he made implies. An average viewer that would watch that video would think the showcase that was available 2 years ago was not in the game. It's kind of confusing. No, it's not. 20% of the desert has assets, 80% is empty. The rest of the map has nothing in it. It's not in the showcase, and that's the point of Narc's video. Well, here's the point, too. Am I going to believe... Like, Steven has spent, like, 3 minutes riding around in the desert, zoomed out with, like, movement speed turned on, showing the desert in large swaths from a bird's eye view. Meanwhile, Narc is showing one clip of one area in the desert. So my logical brain is going to assume that the person who is showing more information is probably going to be more right. Like, how can you not think like this? It's shocking that how is this even happening? The phase isn't done yet. No, it's not. Like, log into the game. How much of phase did you plan? Didn't get banned, chatters? I can't. No, you're not going to get banned. You're not going to get banned for disagreeing. You're kind of annoying, but like, and you're not going to get banned for this. Log into the game and go look. Where's Narc's minimap? It's not shown. Phase 2 is being rolled out in patches. This is the test server stability. Thor did the same thing this morning. He debunked all this on stream within the first hour while bug testing.
Что?
Top right? No, it's in the Narc video. There's not an indicator of a... Like, look. This is how long the clip is.
An empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5 in seconds, with the Winstead and Mirrorleth nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated.
The minimap isn't shown. Anyway, let's go back to this video.
Case for us. Here's our scorpion mama.
It's a big boy.
Let's take a look at her. How's she doing?
You mad? Nope.
Oops. Okay, she got a little angry.
Oh.
Definitely got a little angry. But we'll leave her behind. So that's an important point. The other thing that I wanted to talk about for just a second was that we're 230 plus people that are working on this project. And Ashes of Creation is obviously a very ambitious MMORPG that we're trying to create, and it's not always going to be, rosy and sunshine in the development process. There are steps that we're going to take forward, and there are steps that we're going to take backwards.
Well, it's very evident that part of the desert is finished and part of the desert isn't finished. I mean, we're already seeing this right now. Like,
And that's okay as long as we stick to that transparent, aspect of showing our community, showing our core audience what we're working on and, what's up and coming. We're now in this Alpha 2 phase where players are capable of participating.
Somebody says Narc shows the minimap at 10:09. Let me see.
By me or any community member.
I'll be right back. Give me a minute. And quite literally say the populated part of the desert behind him. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that there should be no confusion on an alpha not being completed. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else.
The narrative is that it's just an alpha, and therefore it's okay. It's not okay. It wasn't okay for all previous Kickstarters to do this, so why is it okay for Ashes of Creation? For Steven...
Because it is okay. The difference between... Oh, all right.
5 days a week, although we've been up for the past almost 3 weeks now, in phase 2. And not everything, we have a roadmap, a very clear roadmap of when additional systems and features are going to be included. And we're going to obviously try to stick to that feature roadmap. But there are things that can happen in development that can set you back. And we are open and honest about what...
Oh, love you, bro. I can explain. I think Steven and Narc both have a miscommunication. No. No, that's not what's happening. Like, no, like, look, I like Narc, but that's not what's happening.
Those things can be. And it is very unfortunate when, Narc, for the purposes of acquiring, views and or followers and subscribers,
who knows why,
wants to take things to a very negative place.
I don't know why. I don't even think that's the reason.
But instead...
Personally, I don't even think that Narc is doing it for views. I don't know why he's doing... I'm not sure, but I don't think it's just for views.
He had an opportunity to expand upon what we're doing to kind of educate, people as part of this transparent development process, what it takes to make an MMORPG. And for many years he did that, but over the course of the last year he went to a very negative place, and because of that we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator, and I think that led to him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to. Which is unfortunate. So, anyways, I heard your
like I just negative place. I don't know what happened between him and the company. I have no idea. I don't like Steven's attitude of expectation towards free testing either. Well, I mean, I don't know, like, the expectation of free testing, like... I think that people are doing mental gymnastics to justify what very clearly was a misrepresentation that I think people took it and they ran with. And I don't think people want to admit that their initial impression was wrong. So instead of admitting that that impression was initially wrong, they're trying to do mental gymnastics to justify why the initial impression was still accurate, even though we've just spent 7 minutes in this video looking at the fact that it's not accurate. Like, I think that's what's happening. I think people are going into this, like, massive fucking, like, oh, no, I'm not going to change my opinion. I'm going to double down on what I already thought.
Commentary about coming on your show and talking about anything, I am more than happy to do that. Of course, I hate to give any attention to these types of claims, which are just completely false.
You have to. It's just
when it reaches
that's
the
how it
level
is.
Of viewership and interest that it has right now, I'm kind of forced to do that. And I know a lot of people look at me and they say, hey, you're the director of the game, you shouldn't be, engaging with you should kind of stay above the fray. But that's not why I made this company, and that's not why I started this project.
I don't think that if somebody's misrepresenting something, I think that it's better to just come out and explain it. Like, for example, there were like some rumors going around that the Witcher 4 development team was totally fucked up or something like that, and it's like the CEO of CD Projekt Red just came out and said, yeah, this is bullshit, it's not true. And I think that that's beneficial.
You know, I have...
I don't know why you're so invested in a topic. It's not your responsibility to fix other people's problems. Why I'm so invested in a topic? Well, I want to see the game be good, and I think that, I mean, at the end of the day, I am just talking about stuff. I do find it to be annoying that this is happening, but I don't find it to be annoying for the reasons why a lot of people think that I do. The reason why I find it to be very annoying is that I think that people have like this weird hate bias that sometimes they create where if you're not playing into the narrative of just blindly getting mad and frustrated about everything, that then they just create a narrative and a conspiracy about how it's like you're being paid not to do it. And so it seems like unnecessary drama. Well, it's basically the reason why is that on a very fundamental level, it is people coming to conclusions without, in my opinion, authentically and logically evaluating evidence and doing mental gymnastics to justify a bad first impression. That's fundamentally why it bothers me, why I don't like it. It has nothing to do with the game. It's a type of behavior that I don't like. It's about ego more than anything. Yeah, I think that's basically it. It's a dog pile. Yeah, people love getting their pitchforks out. That's it. People are YouTuber. Yeah. Previous convo was about people hating YouTubers for causing hate, yet here's the reason Asma gets attacked is because other videos were discussing. Yeah. It's a lot of words. People don't like to authenticate. Yeah, it's herd mentality. Exactly.
Dedicated myself over the last 8 years in building this company up from very humble beginnings of just a dozen people.
Unlearned shit on games.
When we first started to what it is today.
You have to look at what's happening. You have to look at reality. You have to be able to accurately assess and evaluate what you're seeing in an authentic way without letting your personal biases and your previous opinions about something color that opinion. It's not about whether something is good or bad. It's about whether something is accurate or not. That's what it mainly is. It's not about hating on games or not hating on games. It's about looking at the evidence and making an informed decision based off of the most information possible. That's the and I think that Narc's video did not lead us to that conclusion. I think it was it was a deliberate misleading. I mean, if you have he's showing that the desert is unfinished, and you can see on the mini map he's basically at the edge of he's at the edge of the map. I think that this is a misinterpretation.
Так быстро? Здесь нету мобов? Охуеть.
Like I don't know what else to say.
А ты что?
And I think people, like, if people had seen this Steven video first, I don't think that I'd be getting any of these comments that I'm getting of people that are defending Narc and defending the way that he showed the desert. I think people are only doing it because they've already created an impression in their head of what they think, and they're unwilling to reevaluate it and look at it logically.
Which is a very large
project handle the truth. Yeah, there you
trying to accomplish something that I think players want within the space, which is, you know, an honest team that is not going to be introducing pay to win, that is going to respect the players' achievements and integrity, that is here because we want this game too. So that's something that I think is important, and it really gets lost when creators like Narc or others give him a platform that is just simply completely false. And it's so
I think it's important, like,
it's hard to bear.
So my perspective with giving things a platform is that I think it's always better to address things head on. Always address it head on. Talk about it specifically. You can never hide in the shadows. You can't ban it or anything. You've got to address it. You've got to talk about it. That's it.
It's a person who is very invested, invested both monetarily, emotionally, and in my life, to creating something for a group of people that I affiliate myself with, which is, the gaming community, the MMORPG gaming community. So, anyways, I just wanted to make this quick video just as a response. I'm going to post it into your channel, and then I would be very, very happy to join you and talk about anything that you'd like to.
Yeah,
right.
maybe
Thanks,
we'll do
guys.
that.
Bye.
Okay, well, there we go. So, what about Narc's other points? I think I think you bring up a very good point. Now let's talk about some other things. Yes, banning people off of the subreddit, etc. I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, maybe some people. It's hard to say like who got banned for what reason, but in general, expressing displeasure or frustration with the way that the game is, I don't think that should be bannable. That did not happen. Well, I'm not saying it did or didn't. What I'm saying is that if it did, then it's bad. If it didn't, then it doesn't matter.
That open development isn't for us. But what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Stephen Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years, because I thought I was being shown the genuine state of the game, not 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery. Now, let's not get this twisted. I do not think Ashes of Creation is a scam. There is a lot of potential here. They put a
It's just salty. Yeah, I mean, it's being over dramatic. Yeah, and he's got a sub goal for uninstall. That's pretty intelling. We'll uninstall and play another game. I have no idea about the subathon. I don't like. The thing is that, and I'll link you guys Steven's video that he made. And for years of Unreal Engine fakery, I don't think it's a scam. Calls it fakery, then says it's not a scam. That's also true. Yeah, that doesn't really make sense. So, Steven is acting unprofessionally. Why do you think Steven is acting unprofessionally? Why do you think that?
То есть я не могу обратно подняться? Охуенно.
It's okay. We'll listen to it. It's fine. It's in the prior message. Why? I want to make sure that, like, if that's the reason, then I'll address that. I just want to make sure that that is the reason. But if your previous message is the reason, you can just say that, and then I'll talk about that. Okay. Let me see. He did respond. Because he did exactly what the Concord dev did, but in a more roundabout way. He basically said that Narc has mental issues. No, he didn't. Let's go back over. We're going to watch the clip about that, and we're going to see what he actually said. Where did it go? That's the referral program part. Sorry, I've got to find it. I don't remember where it was on the other video. No, this is in the Narc video for sure. Because it was Steven's response. Yeah. So this is what Narc is talking about. Okay, here we go. Let's listen to it right now.
Pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously sent a lot of people into a confused frenzy, with Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys. This is what everyone in the community feels. However, these posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned by Steven Sharif himself for simply stating their concerns. There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states that the Desert Showcase in 2022 was not real, and in fact, just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually, it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase that doesn't accurately represent the game. But in this case, it's not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown...
So he said it was a lie. It's not a lie. Like, it's there. Like,
They made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating
Yo,
as
look at
part
that.
of what's capable of creating an interesting desert biome.
22.
So this is what he said about the mental state. I will continue to make the game in our vision. If development process makes you think otherwise, I will repeat this for your own mental health. Step away. We'll be here when you're ready to return. Is this a problematic comment? You think that's the same as the Concord developers saying that people that didn't like the game were talentless freaks? Where it said Narc had gone into a very negative mental state. I think he was just referring to his state mentally about the game. I don't think Steven was making a psychological evaluation. I mean, I don't know, maybe he was. I'm not sure about that. The comments okay? Yeah, I wasn't even talking about Narc directly, just the thread. Yeah, so it wasn't even about him. Like, I just... That's how I took it, talking about his views on the game. Yeah, I don't think that that's unprofessional or problematic at all. And it's nothing remotely close to what the Concord devs said. It's not even in the same universe. Like, I can't even imagine, like, how could you possibly say that? That, like, saying that somebody has a bad mental state when you're referring to them talking or discussing your game is the same as calling somebody a talentless freak that doesn't like the game. What is this? Narc is coming on the talk. Please go on Narc's stream. Narc wants to connect you or talk to me? Okay. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Does Narc have Twitter? Let me see if he does. Give me 1 second. He's live right now. Yeah, no, I don't know. He's not a girl, so he doesn't have a link tree. So where do I need to go for this? He's streaming at Narcoverse? No, I know he is. He's here, but he can't type because of follow mode? Okay. Fuck. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me think this out. So the best way to do it, if he doesn't have Twitter or anything else, would be for him to message me on Discord. So can Narc Nomad, can you maybe like get in contact with Narc and then put me in a group DM with him on Discord and I can call him that way? Like, that would be the easiest thing for me, but if you guys are busy, I can figure it out with him. We need his username. Yeah, well, if Narc can DM one of my mods, that would be ideal, right? And I'll listen to him explain it. You guys should chat using the Marvel Rivals chat lobby? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if we'd be able to. Just be forewarned, people from this chat are absolutely blowing things out of proportion in Narc's chat, which I'm sure you knew had already happened. People are going to be... guys, can we please just dial all of this to fuck down? It's a video game. Who cares? It's a fucking game. Like, I know people are passionate about it, and it's like people want... It's just a fucking game. Like, yeah, tell them to whisper Nomad Raider. Yeah, whisper Nomad Raider. Yeah, dramatic people get... Yeah, people getting way too dramatic about this. Just try to chill out. It's a difference in opinion? Yeah, it's just a difference in opinion. People spurting out. We're going crazy. Video games are so political now and it's corny. This has nothing to do with politics. This is just a disagreement about the state of a video game. Has nothing to do with anything that is political at all. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think it's really that big of a deal. I mean, it's, you know, it's just people talking about a game, but I know everybody's going to get in their feelings about shit, right? It'll take a minute. Your chat cares because you're going on and on about this. Use inflammatory language all the time. Call people retards. Say everything is DEI. You refuse to accept you have power over a good chunk of your base. Well, you're just... No, you're getting banned. Because you've been complaining constantly. Yeah, you just... Like, if you don't like the stream and you're not happy about it, I'm gonna do something unprofessional here. For your own mental health, watch something else. Stop watching it. If you're mad and you don't like the fact that... I haven't talked about DEI at all with this. What are you talking about? DEI? Get the fuck out of here. You're butthurt because I talked about something that you didn't agree with? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, of course my viewers are going to have opinions about things. That's the way anything is. All I'm saying is that I think people take it too far. They always do. It's not my fault that they do that. That's the internet. That's what fans do. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, if he's making sub-goals that negatively about a game, like showing the edge of the map, misrepresenting it, the dev already said they're trying to break ties with him. I can safely assume he's arguing in bad faith. Therefore, I can say he's being a mean man. Well, I'm trying to be... Listen, guys. I try to be fair. I know. This is very upsetting for some people that have their pitchforks out. But I do, in fact, try to be fair, and I try to listen to what people are saying. And I do try to be genuine and get an idea of what's going on. You are fair. I really try to be fair. I try to see other people's points of view. That's all. Am I crazy? I don't think so. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, Asman, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, well, I was having fun. I was playing Dark Souls, and then suddenly I wasn't playing Dark Souls.
Which Dark Souls were you playing?
Witcher 1. I've never played Dark Souls before in my entire life.
Oh my god.
So it's the first.
Well, you know.
Do you know what? Hey, two-shot Smaug and that guy. I two-shot him.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest. That is impressive. Smaug and Ornstein. Yeah, in Orlando, that is impressive. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. It was pretty good. Yeah, I was surprised.
So you're liking the game?
Molding. Yeah, the game's actually insane. I'm really looking forward to... Obviously, I'm going to make a video about it and stuff like that because of this whole situation. You know, my goal is to distance myself with Ashes.
So
the whole situation.
So how'd this start? Because it seems like I'm sure you probably... Did you see my reaction to your video and everything?
No, I didn't get around to it yet.
Okay.
But I got the TLDR. Apparently...
Sure.
So apparently you... obviously, I'm paraphrasing, and I've got it from a bunch of Twitch chat randies. You were like disagreeing with the video, but then apparently your comment section was actually agreeing with me. In the video.
A lot of people actually agreed with you in the comment section. A lot of the chatters did, and commenters.
So the thing is, if anyone who's actually played the game, like knows the truth, right? Because they've been to the desert, they know the state of the desert.
Well, how do you reconcile that with people like Pirate Software who have played the game a lot, who show
Honestly,
that that's not the case?
I'm gonna be honest. I have no idea what's going through Pirate's head.
Okay.
Because I don't know what he sees in the video game. I'll say to him though, he really likes the video game. And it's likely because he thinks the video game's going to be like EVE Online. I don't really think the game's going to be like EVE Online.
Okay.
I think it's trying to be more like Lineage or Arcade, not EVE. So
well, yeah, I mean, I know Steven played a lot of
games.
Lineage before before this and Arcade as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Pirates, his perception of the video game, I feel like is Pirate wants it to be one thing, which I just don't think it is, and it's never tried to be that. But then there's this other group who want it to be like Classic WoW. Then there's the group who want it to be like Lineage. So there's like factions within the game's community who want it to be in different ways.
I think that's a huge problem for like every MMO, because like every MMO is going to have like a faction of people that want it to be a hardcore PvP, or they want it to be a theme park, or they want it to be an MMO, or they want it to have roguelike features, etc. But it's impossible to manage all of those expectations. Sure, but like I mean, I think Pirate Software looked at, for example, like the desert, and I think that was really the main point of contention that a lot of people are bringing up.
Yeah.
Is that
So the desert's currently in two sections. There is an old section of the desert, the thing that you've got on your stream at the moment, the current state. This section of the desert that looks quote unquote complete. This isn't complete. This is just a bare bones empty area that's had trees placed around it. The grass, you can even see the grass in this screenshot right now is not rendering correctly because the grass doesn't render correctly in this area. This is an unfinished area.
Блядь, ты кто нахуй?
It's got 0 dungeons. All it's got is random mobs and random trees placed all around it. I made a whole video going this segment of the desert in phase 1. I flew around this and I made a bet with Steven and said, you know what? If the desert exists, I'll cut my beard off. And
Всё, наигрался?
Like, yeah, do you know what?
Наигрался, устал.
I'll shave my beard off.
Oh, that's a lot.
And I fucking look like a thumb. I look like a thumb for, what was it, 2-3 weeks?
So then what changed?
So what changed was when phase 2 launched, they advertised phase 2 with a $110 price tag, having an expansion to the desert. So that, and I stated this explicitly in the video, it's all about the expansion. The expansion to the desert
Did you
is what
say
I
that
showed.
in the video? I don't remember you saying that, because like and this is the impression that I got. Well, you can see like so like when I watched the video that you did, the impression that I got from the video is that you were showing the desert and there was like nothing in the desert at all. Like all of the images that you showed you, and it looks like if you look at your mini map, you're basically on the edge of the map. And
if you bring up my stream right now, if you can.
Sure.
Where I am currently is smack bang right in the middle of the desert. There is a node directly in front of me. This little crop of land is a node, right?
Yeah.
Ignore the crop of land. I don't care about the crop of land because that's just a node. The point is, all around it, it's just emptiness everywhere. There is no desert. This isn't a desert expansion. This is just sand.
But you can see, so I think that's a good point you're bringing up, and you're saying that the desert expansion doesn't exist, but the desert does exist. Is that
the desert exists in the fact that they have just created a land mass with nothing in it. There is no content in this desert. There is nothing to test in this desert.
But your video implied that the things that were advertised in the demo from 2 years ago were not present in the alpha. Is that true?
Yep. And I would say, I would stand by that. That's true. These things do not exist.
So if I look at it and I see the things that were shown in alpha, in like this demo from 2 years ago, and then I look at the video that Steven's showing right now of the desert, I feel like these two things are pretty congruent.
Хотел...
So what things would you...
Нет, уже передумал. Уже неинтересно. Ты пойдешь, иди.
Trailer from 2 years ago and and what Steven's showing.
Жопка.
Exists, quote unquote exists. Is it the trees?
Yeah, the developed landscape that they showed in the trailer.
Okay.
And also, and you're contrasting that because you making the comparison in your video that the comparison is actually it's this empty desert. Because that's what you're comparing it with. But if you look at the video itself and you see inside of the game, it does seem like that's what the game looks like.
I agree that the rocks exist. The rocks exist and the trees exist.
But do you see how if you do that and then you show this image of a completely unfinished area, it's going to give people the impression that the entire desert is also unfinished?
Well, you've got to use the context that you got to acknowledge the context that I've already made a 20-minute video showing off this section of the desert that Steven's currently showing off.
So that
I've already done it.
Okay, that's fine. So what you're saying is that inside of this video, though, that context doesn't exist. Because if there's a previous video where you've explained it, okay. So then you can see why people would be confused, right?
Yeah, I would assume that I don't reach a very wide audience, right? My audience has been the same 10,000 people for, again, 3 fucking years.
Sure. Yeah.
So when I make videos, I always assume that people have seen the previous videos. So it's like when I release a thing, I reference the things that I said in the last video because it's always a continuation of when I'm covering the video game. So anyone who's interested in Ashes of Creation have already seen that previous Desert Expansion video because I don't really reach an audience outside of my own 10 to 20k people.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. That's fine if you want to do that. But I think when you do have a video that does get popular, right? I mean, and I'm sure you would have expected this one to get popular.
Is it popular? I've not checked.
I mean, it's got 130,000 views. That's really good. I mean, it popped off. Yeah.
I'm gonna put some fucking ads on that one.
Yeah, too. And so the point is so if I just watched that video, which is what I did, and I think also the odds are that every single person watching the videos is not because and this is another way to look at it, right? Is that if a lot of people are angry about it and they're perceiving the desert to be incomplete, that would also imply that they also did not see the other videos either. Because if they had seen the other videos as well, like you said, then they wouldn't be making these comments because they would know that it was contextualized.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what all I'm trying to do is make a video explaining why I am no longer in support of this video game. Right?
Okay.
I don't support the video game anymore because what they showed 2 years ago, this doesn't exist. This desert, this doesn't exist, right? Looking at my stream,
I see it.
This shit doesn't exist. What is this? Is this even an asset that exists? None of this is, right? But when they showed it 2 years ago for a $250 price tag based on this, the current state of the game, you saw these reactions, didn't you?
I did. I watched it.
You were very excited. Did you have any impression that this wasn't the current state of the video game?
Yeah.
Yeah. You looked at this and you thought, well, this is this is what they got, right? This is what they're showing us.
Yes and no. So I've gone through a lot of betas and demos for games before, and I know that for example, there are many games that have cut content or they don't fully show the game whenever it's ready. And I think also there are cases where big components of a game are not being added in until later on in the future. So I think if a game is in an alpha state, every single image that you see inside, I think this is what your impression is, right? Is that every single image that you saw on these previews, you expected to be in the alpha.
Well, yeah, they showed this saying, this is the desert. There's many. If you go back and just watch that whole live stream, there is no context in that live stream that what they showed, this whole thing is just a concept. This is just the assets. They never once did they say that. They implied, they made it look like that this is the current state of the desert. It's not the current state of the desert. The desert probably didn't even exist at this point. because the desert doesn't exist now. There is no desert.
Well, there is though, right? Because like if you look at the image that like he showed, and if you look at it, you can see that there is a desert that's very expanded on. I think that you bring up a good point that like this image and this specific case with like this tower is not there.
Oh no,
True.
not just that specific. I would say everything in this trailer doesn't exist. Everything. And you'll be hard pressed to find it.
Okay, well why don't you just pick a random spot?
This one.
So that's not in there.
No.
Okay, go to another one. So and by the way, this is just a random. I mean, you realize that's literally one asset that's placed on a mountain, right?
Yeah. But they've sold the game based on this is the current state of the desert. We've got these dunes. We've got this, what do you call this, like a badlands area. None of it's actually there. These trees, when they sold the desert expansion, they said that we could cut the trees down. You can't actually cut the trees down. The trees don't exist. You run through them. They're not real assets. They're assets in the fact that they're there, like you can see them, but you can't interact with them. There is no interaction with anything in the desert. The mobs are just randomly placed, seemingly. There's no points of interest. So the Riverlands is full of these points of interest. There's about 18 or so, 18, 20 points of interest. They're pretty, they're pretty fleshed out, pretty good, especially the Tara Coffin. Tara Coffin looks great. But the desert is missing all of that. It's missing all of that, right? This is what the quote unquote expansion to the desert is. It's this.
So what do you like? How do you define? Because like I think this has been a big problem with the Ashes of Creation like development, and it's
holy.
Wait, what?
You're not wrong. The whole thing where what's what.
Well, what is it like? Yeah, like how do you define an alpha? Because like I've played through a lot of alphas in games, and like some alphas are very different than others. Some of them will have like the entire game available, and there'll be huge swaths of just totally unfinished content. And other people will only have an alpha where it's a small slice of the gameplay, but it's finished inside of that little small area. And so, like,
so
how do you define alpha? Yeah.
So Ashes is obviously not a marketing alpha. However, they have marketed the current progress of the game falsely. Another really good example is the Freehold live stream. Did you watch that one where they showed off?
I did. And you're talking about the rabbit mount where they're there.
Yeah. So the Freeholds, they're not real either. They've just been implemented into the game. There is no pigs. There is none of this.
And when you say there is none, what you mean is that the alpha doesn't have any in them, any of that system right now. That's correct?
Yeah. So currently, in the alpha, what the Freehold is, it's just a static asset with a fence and a house that's randomized seemingly. I'm not quite sure how I think it's just a randomly generated house.
Yeah.
Then you walk up to it, and then you purchase it for 20 gold. Or 50 gold, and then it's supposed to have the ability to plant trees. But
so
I
what do you
received a bunch of reports.
So like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, so do you think they're not going to finish it, or like, because I feel like that's like a textbook example of something that they clearly have. This is the rudimentary version of it, and they're going to put more of it into the game, right?
But what people are discontent about is the fact that they showed it 2 years ago in a complete state and in a seemingly fully functional state, and now we pledged $250 based off the idea that it was in that state, just to find out that 2 years later, remember this is a 2-year context, right? 2 years. So you'd think they'd be much farther along than what they showed in 2 years, and we spent hundreds of dollars to support it, but now it's seemingly only just being rolled out. But I think that's what a lot of my community are discontent about, and it's why I don't really feel like, what I feel like, Asman, is I feel like I've lied to people for 4 years based on what Steven said, and I feel really guilty that I've lied to hundreds of thousands of people because I thought what was being shown and what was being said was real, and it's not.
Well, it's not
And
in
now
the
I'm
alpha
like,
right
fuck.
now. I mean,
No,
like
it's not in the alpha right now,
right.
but it's seemingly not even being developed, or it seemingly doesn't even exist. The story arcs is another really one something I was super excited for.
Do you really think they're not developing the freehold? I mean, we have to assume that they obviously.
Oh yeah, they'll roll out the freeholds. Yeah. I'm not saying that they're not gonna. I don't think I've ever said that they're not gonna develop it. What I'm saying is I don't agree with how they've sold $250 packs of the things that making it seem like it exists when it doesn't exist. I don't agree with that. Therefore, I decided, do you know what? Ethically, I can't continue doing this. I can't continue because I feel like I'm lying. I don't want to lie.
Okay. So do you think if the alpha was free, how would you think that would change your perception of the game?
How would it change me? I mean, if it was free, nothing would matter, right? If it was free, then thumbs up. I'll be pogging out. If it was free.
Okay, so you're primarily upset about the price of the alpha, and you feel like that the alpha for the price of it isn't giving you what you thought that you spent your money for. Is that pretty much it?
What's happened? Yeah. I feel, just for context as well, is that I didn't actually pay any money. Someone I used to know actually donated me a key back in Alpha 1, so I've got context all the way back in Alpha 1. Right? I know the full development. I know all of it, right? What I'm saying is, when I say I spent $250, I'm speaking for my community. So I spent $250. Yeah, based on what was shown. So many people have approached me and just said to themselves, you know, I backed during this showcase because I looked at this showcase and I thought, holy shit, they are so far along. I'm going to help support them, $250, just for them to log into an alpha that is, you know, this.
Okay. So do you think they're going to finish the game? Like, I mean, so because you said at one point that it was like fakery, and then at another point you said that it was not a scam. So like, where do you think the game is going to go?
So I think they're falsely advertising the current state of the game. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, they've been falsely advertising the current state of the game to make funding. To help fund their game. So what I said in the quote that I used was, this isn't open development, it's funding at any cost. So that's what I feel like they're doing. They're trying to fund, Steven's trying to fund the game at any cost, even if they have to lie and show fake things that aren't real at the time. It's just a concept that's going to eventually exist. If we'd known that, if I had known that, if you had known that, would you still have the same perception of the video game from 2 years ago?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely. I've seen how a lot of games have been developed over the years, and I think this is very common. So, like, one thing, so I'll give you an example. Like, well, let me, this is an abstract example. I'll explain it. So, in Warlords Draenor in WoW, their flying was never actually implied for what the Draenor continent was meant to be. And so, in the process of flying not being implied and flying not be planned for, Blizzard had a massive, huge problem that caused server-wide issues when they had to implement flying later on in a later patch. And what I understand is that the interconnectivity of different systems causes a bunch of problems that exist inside of an ecosystem of other systems. So when somebody shows me a system inside of like its own ecosystem, like for example the Freehold, and I see that just by itself, I'm viewing that as like, this is what the finished product is supposed to look like. And I wouldn't necessarily expect to see that in the game immediately, because maybe that isn't contextualized and developed around all the other systems it's supposed to fit into. It's like kind of you're showing like a finished piece of a jigsaw puzzle, but you need to make sure that all of the other pieces around it also are finished in order for the pieces to fit together. So whenever I see a system like that that's not finished, and then the alpha, and I think that your perception of being disappointed that these things are not available, I think that's a totally fair perception to have, because as a viewer and a fan, you are hoping to see that in the game, and I think that a reasonable person could be disappointed in that. I do think, however, that it does make sense inside of game development. And like, have you ever done coding before?
No.
Okay. Well, I've barely done coding. And one thing that I've learned about coding is that you can get one wrench in the system, one, bracket is left and not right, and then the entire system falls apart. You make one change, and then the computer doesn't work, or, the program doesn't boot up. So when I see systems that are evolving, like, kind of in real time that they're showing, they're probably going to show... Go ahead, go ahead.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Blizzard, right? We're talking about Blizzard. And then them showing Warlords of Draenor.
Well,
and
no. So
I
was creating an example of something that. So the idea, the argument that I was trying to make was that when you implement a system into a game, that system has to seamlessly integrate into all of the other systems into the game. So a lot of times when alphas or betas for something like Warlords of Draenor comes out, let's say, every single system that was going to be in the game is not currently in the game. Like, for example, the Legion system.
Okay. Let's focus on that then.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
I don't think. This is what I'm saying. I don't think Intrepid were open about the fact that what they showed was not the current state of the video game. They, in fact, did the very opposite and said that this is the current state of the video game. In that very live stream, I can bring context. In that very live stream, we had the devs talking about the fact that how there's this dungeon that exists in the desert, and it's this underground dungeon with snake people in it, and they showed those snake people models. They showed those models, and they said there's this underground dungeon, it's full of lava, it's been crystallized. This was 2 years ago. So if they're talking about it in that detail, then it exists.
Yeah.
But it doesn't exist, but it's 2 years later, and now that doesn't exist. So what happened to that underground lava dungeon that they were going on about? They were saying things, and here's how it comes across to my audience, or the audience that, I like to think that my audience are actually the audience who jumped onto the video game when you and Lazy Peon made your videos in the very beginning.
There's been a lot of people that have been really excited for the game. I mean, for a whole, probably like almost half a decade at this point. I think about it. Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So I like to think that that my audience, the people who I talk to, are those people, the people who come from you, the people who come from Peon, the people who have been watching the video game quite extensively for 4 years.
Yeah.
So when Intrepid show and talk about how they've got these tools that are going to develop the game extremely fast, and they spend an hour live stream saying how we're going to develop this world so quickly, and we've got all these next generation cutting edge tools that's gonna, the game's gonna be developed insanely fast. We've got all these biomes. Stephen makes quotes like, we've got cross sections of the desert, we've got cross sections of the forest areas, the riverlands, we've got the tabletop mountains, the badlands, we've got the volcano areas, and they're showing all of this stuff, but none of that actually exists. And now we're in a situation where we signed up to do to test a video game that is so far from what they advertised that we're not even sure what we're testing anymore. We were fully prepared and understood fully that this was a true development alpha. We were probably the most understanding. We knew this. That's what we signed up for. But we didn't sign up for a desert that is not existing. We didn't sign up for a freehold system.
It's incomplete, right? The desert is incomplete. It does exist. It's just there are areas of it that are unfinished.
Let's talk about percentage. Let's talk about that. Incomplete. Let's talk about percentage of completion.
Well, before I get into that, I'll let you get into it. But have you ever built a computer before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I built this one.
Yeah, well, there you go, right? And so I think that a lot of the problems that a lot of people are bringing up are, like, I remember whenever, for example, like, I needed to get more RAM for my computer. And so when I got more RAM for my computer, I went and I got this RAM, and then I realized that it wouldn't fit inside of the motherboard. And then I had to get a new motherboard. But then when I got a new motherboard, I realized that I now needed a new power supply. And I think that the way that you need to make sure that, like, computer components fit together inside of a PC and all of that fits inside of the case is kind of similar to the way that games work. And so if you have a game that comes out and all of those features aren't readily available in the alpha, I don't think that it's really fair to say that they don't necessarily exist, because they might not be implemented into the alpha, because if you want to use the metaphor, maybe the motherboard isn't exactly what it needs to be in order for that thing to go into the alpha. And I think that's the way that it works.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah.
It's an actively developed game.
Yes.
When they add things are going to break.
Yeah.
But again, I don't think that's got anything to do with advertising a game as one thing, and it's not actually that one thing.
So you think that you were falsely advertised to because of the freehold system not being what it was inside of, like, let's say the demo?
Okay, yeah. So okay, yeah. Let's go with that angle. So the freehold system doesn't exist. The weather systems that were shown don't exist. Granted, the seasons do, right? That's actually really good, and I'm really impressed with that they did the seasons. The seasons exist, but the weather doesn't. The storyline systems, the main thing that delivers content to players, they showed it in a state that triggered quests on your screen. They showed it so the world was changing dynamically in real time. That's what we thought that they currently had because they showed it, and that's what they advertised. The server meshing technology, that doesn't exist. There's no server meshing. There's no dynamic gridding. Well, sorry, there is server meshing. Let me correct myself. There is server meshing. There is no dynamic gridding. So they've advertised this whole thing that this dynamic gridding exists. Personally, I think that's Star Citizen copium, and there is no such thing as dynamic gridding. There is no such thing as dynamic server meshing. I just don't believe in that shit.
Why?
That feels like copium. Well, because it's technology that just feels like it's buzzwords that are trying to do something that's literally impossible. A dynamically shrinking and growing server. Well, show me it working. Show me it first. Stop advertising that it's going to exist.
Didn't they do that?
It doesn't.
Because the Star Citizen, they showed it with, like, throwing the ball back and forth.
Well, the people that they've shown that, but it's not actually in the video game yet. It was a concept. Again, it was just a concept. Sure, it exists in concept, but it's not in the game yet.
Do you think it will ever be in the game?
Dynamic gridding and dynamic server meshing? No, I don't think that's ever going to exist.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. I don't believe in that one. I don't know about that one.
People are saying it is in the game. Yeah, of course I think it's going to happen.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, you have all kinds of different types of technology that are evolving. Yeah, no, I think so. I really do.
Yeah.
If you look at, like, think about it, we grew up playing Super Mario World, playing Super Mario 64. And now we're playing games like Elden Ring. Do you really think that, like, it's going to stop? Do you think it's going to just stop getting better?
Well,
of course it's going to keep getting
Here's
better.
the thing specifically about dynamic server meshing. I just don't think that's real. I don't think that's ever going to exist. I think it's just an impossible technology that is just impossible.
Okay.
I'm well open to it being made, and I'm like, yo, if it ever gets made, wow. But until it gets made, I'm like, I'm not going to buy that shit. And it's the same thing for dynamic gridding. It's just basically the same thing, just done in a different way. Until it's shown, I don't believe in it. So currently, it still doesn't exist. Dynamic gridding doesn't exist. So that's 5 things that they've shown in live streams that they sold $250 packs off of that don't actually exist in the video game. So how many times do you have to be screwed? How many times do they have to lie? And, well, let's not use the word lie. Let's use misrepresent. How many times do they have to misrepresent the current status of their development before we get pissed off as consumers?
Is that, like, question? Okay, so...
Yeah. How many times are you willing to be we play fucking World of Warcraft. We're still getting screwed.
For me, my perspective is that I don't really look at it that way. If I see a game and it's not in the state that I want it to be, like, and this is the outlook that I have on WoW now, is that if WoW isn't the game that I want it to be at the current point, I just simply stop playing the game until it is.
That's a really good point.
Yeah,
that's a really good point.
And that's what you said you're going to do.
Yeah, so you used to.
Yeah.
You used to not be like that, right? You used to really care about World of Warcraft, and you'd play it, and
it was unhealthy. It was very unhealthy.
Yeah, it is unhealthy. So what I've done is I've looked at the state of the video game, and I thought to myself, do you know what? It's unhealthy for me, and it's not what I want to do, right? I don't know if you saw those clips at the end of that video. It was like me dressed up in like some stupid costumes and shit.
Yeah.
Like that. I want to make videos where I can express myself creatively. You used to watch my videos. You see my intros.
Yeah. No, I know.
I love that shit. I fucking love that shit, man. And I felt like for the last 2 years, I've been covering Ashes of Creation, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. This is not what I thought the game was. I've basically lied to a huge amount of audience because okay, let's not use the word lie. I misrepresented the game to a huge audience, and I feel extreme amounts of guilt from that. So I want to distance myself from the game and try and pursue something that I genuinely care about, which is just making entertaining videos. And unfortunately, in the format of Ashes, I just don't think I can do it because there ain't nothing here.
I think at a certain point, I mean, you're not going to be able to do that anyway with any MMO. I mean, I feel like that's always the case.
MMO?
I mean,
oh, no. I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to do MMOs. Well, I'm going to.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, I mean, this is like a YouTube content creator thing. I don't really think this has a lot to do with, like, Ashes itself as a game.
No.
This is primarily about, like, you know, the way that you want to take your YouTube channel. And I by the way, I support that, right? I mean, I think you should definitely do what you should play other games, make content about other games, and try to hit those other
really
audiences.
Excited.
And that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
My personal opinion, this is just like from my experience doing content myself, is that I think it's better to like kind of wean yourself off of that rather than cold turkey it. But you should do what you feel like you should do, right? More than anything else. And so, like, I don't really think that necessarily. I can definitely see where you're coming from, and I can see why you would be frustrated if you felt like every single development update would have been something that would be available in Alpha 1 or Alpha 2, excuse me. I don't think that that was ever really explicitly stated, and I think also the truth is that the alternative to the way that Ashes of Creation is communicating its development is the way that I think Blizzard does its development, which is they basically never communicate with the public at all, and it's very.
You gotta remember that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta remember that Blizzard aren't charging $250 and slapping open development on their game.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe not a great example, but I mean, either way, I think that this entire problem is actually not even about the state of Ashes of Creation. I think it's more about for you.
No, it's not.
And forgive me if I'm overstepping, but I think this is for you. This is about you reaching a kind of a fork in the road with your YouTube and wanting to take your YouTube in a different direction and wanting to divert. Well, I feel like this is not true at all. I mean, you did say that at the end of the video.
Is it about me? Is it about me?
It doesn't. That doesn't invalidate what you're saying. It's not invalidating.
I think it's more about. I don't think it's about me. I think it's more about the fact that I don't agree with the misrepresentation of the state of the game. I don't think it matter. I don't think I matter. I am nobody. At the end of the day, I'm just a random content creator on YouTube. And in my opinion, I don't think what they've represented is accurate to what they've actually got, and ethically, that feels wrong to me. So I can't continue to support something that doesn't ethically line up with my ideals. Does that make sense?
You think Ashes of Creation is unethical because they haven't shown, like, all the things that were in these showcases were not in Alpha 2. Is that basically where you're coming from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the things that they've shown aren't an accurate representation of the game.
Well, the current state of the game that's playable to the public.
Yeah. So
I mean, you know, like, this is what happens, right? It's like there's probably multiple versions of the game. So what I would assume is there's probably 3 versions of the game. There's the version of the game that we're playing. There's the probably internal testing version of the game, and then there's the dev version of the game.
Right.
And I feel like it probably exists inside of one of these other 2. Like there's a friends and family alpha, and that usually a lot of people get friends and family alphas, but like they're like 99% of the time like NDA.
It's funny because that's what I built my whole channel off, right? I built my whole channel off of that exact copium that you've just said. I just don't think that's true. I don't think there is all these different. I don't think there are all these different branches where there's this magical branch of the video game where it's literally finished. I just don't think that's true.
Well,
I
it's
don't think
not.
that's true.
You're
And I think
right.
what the game is.
Well,
the game is.
you're right. It's not finished, but it's in a more finished state. And the problem is that before they want to ship it out to be used by the public, obviously they're going to want to make sure that it's in a place that there are going to be no problems, like different weird things that cause server crashes or anything stupid happening. Like if you play any MMO launch, like you know that there's going to be things that are fucked up on the release. And so,
yeah, I get that.
like
No, I
being,
understand that.
like,
No. Let me interject. I understand that. I get that. But how much further do you think is along? Do you really think that there's this build that they've got that's this developer branch where they've got all of this stuff here, this giant tower, all of these quote unquote assets? Do you really think they've got a build that has this? Or do you think that this just doesn't exist and this was just a concept built to sell a $250 pack to help them fund the game in the future when it does eventually exist in X amount of years?
I don't think that it exists in terms of something. Sorry, I'm away from the mic. I don't think that it exists in terms of something that's interconnected inside of the game completely. But I think that they exist in separate instances that are designed to be connected inside of the game because they're made in modular form. So, like, for example, the freehold system probably does exist. The dungeon for the desert probably does exist. Now, does it exist inside of a system that is completely connected with all of this, like, modular, like, for example, like you have the portal that you can go into? Maybe not. So if you want to use percentages, I would say that the game is probably 20% finished, something like that, on this alpha. And I think they probably have an internal version that is 40 to 50% finished. That's probably what I would guess. Which 40 to 50%, it's still not. It's still theoretically not even halfway there.
I mean, yeah. I mean, chat's saying it right now. I mean, we clearly don't agree on this, so it's an interesting conversation. I completely disagree with everything you just said. I think
it's just I'm giving you a guess of the numbers.
Yeah, I just want to make something clear, right? I don't hate Ashes of Creation. I got no bad will. I don't. Yeah. I don't. I might not like. I might not like Steven as a person, but I got no bad will against Ashes of Creation or their team or anything. I wish the game the best, right? I want the game to succeed. I just don't agree with the current state of things and how it's been advertised, right? So it's interesting that we have complete opposite opinions about all of this.
Oh no,
but
I don't.
Here's my opinion.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's my thought, right? I think ultimately the game is just going to speak for itself over the next few years.
It will.
I'm just stepping away because I felt like I need to at least tell my audience why I'm stepping away. That's what that video was. It was explaining my frustrations for why I'm stepping away from the game. I'm frustrated because I feel guilty that I've advertised something that wasn't true for 4 years of my entire life. So I don't want to pursue that anymore. I actually want to go cover other things and do things that I want to do that are in line with my ethics. Most of my successful videos on my channel are not even Ashes of Creation related. So I'm just like, fuck, what am I doing?
Sure. I think that's a good decision for you to make. And like, if you think that you should step away from the game because you feel like it's reductive or it's holding you back or you're just tired of it or for whatever reason, like, I mean, I think a lot of people do that. I mean, like, you get burned out. Sure, I think that's fine. But I don't think that I don't think that it's that these things don't exist, but I do think that obviously it's going to take time for them to be implemented into the game in a playable state that's made public. Like, these are two very different things.
Because I'm now connected to a much wider audience. I would ask a question to that audience. If you did, or if you watched the coverage of Ashes of Creation 2 years ago, how many of you were under the impression that this is the current state of the game, rather than just a concept that will be in the game in 4 years from now? That would be a question I would ask to the wider audience. Were you aware that what they're showing isn't actually in the game? Would you still back?
Yeah, I mean,
would you?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
would you still back the video game? Would you still have spent $250 knowing that all the stuff that they're showing isn't real currently, and it's just concepts? Because I can name a game that did this very similar thing, and it's called Chronicles of Valeria, and you know all about that one.
Oh yeah, I watched a video about it. It's a concept. Yeah, I mean, so
everything's just a concept.
I can only speak for myself. I think that for me, if I see the way that a game is, I would assume that I would probably be like half and half with like what you're saying. Like, yeah, I could kind of see that, and I could also see like some systems aren't ready on alpha. I feel like in general, and this is like a distinction that I think some people make between like an alpha and a beta, is that an alpha is not feature complete, but a beta is feature complete. So what I mean by that is that things like systems, for example, the freehold system, would not all be available in an alpha, but they would be in a beta. So, and this is something, by the way, a lot of people define alphas and betas differently in gaming, and I feel like it's primarily a marketing ploy more than anything.
Yes, 100%.
So, yeah, but I think that is definitely a pretty big difference. And so, like, if every single feature in the game was not available in the alpha, I wouldn't immediately be upset about it. I think that, like, as a customer, like, if you spend money on something, every customer is entitled to have whatever opinion they want for something that they spent money on. But from my personal opinion, from, like, playing a lot of games, especially, like, games early in development, no, it really wouldn't surprise me that much.
Right.
And
so,
I think obviously it's like you're making a gesture of good faith.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me ask you this, because this is something that really rubbed me the wrong way with Pirate. Pirate was saying, Pirate, and he's not saying it maliciously or whatever.
Sure.
All he's doing is repeating what Steven said. Steven thinks that the alpha's going to last at least 1 year, right? How long do you think the Alpha 2 is going to last?
Well, that's a good question. So if they change the name of Alpha 2 to Beta, would that considered be lasting? I mean, because like, so if Alpha 2 lasts for a year and then they change it into Beta, would you say that they lied?
Okay, well, first of all, they're not going to do that, right?
Why?
Because they've stated that the alpha period is going to be much, much, much longer than the beta, right? The beta, my perception of the beta, at least from like looking at the game, I think the beta when it launches is going to be feature complete and in a state where, it's basically, that's the marketing part, right? That's where they start marketing it in beta. So I think the alpha, based on like, because we've got a lot of people that are obsessed with the video game. We've been, pulling it apart for 4 years, and we get a lot of joy out of that. We understand the speed at which Intrepid, at least from our perspective, we understand the speed at which Intrepid works. So what we've done is we kind of extrapolated that and tried to figure out how long it would take them to develop the whole video game, which includes those 18 biomes. And we think it's going to be a minimum of 6 years.
6 years from now.
Yeah, before they go into beta, I think. And that's
before
assuming
so that's even into beta.
Yeah, so that's assuming though. That's assuming that they launch with the beta after they have all 18 biomes. So that's just based on how much land mass they've got. So a really good perspective for like the audience who do want to continue following the game is to.
And how did you math that out?
So it's based on like if we assume that it's taken them 4 years, so the start of 2020, when was it? 2021 at the start of 2022?
Sure. Yeah.
So in 3 years, if we assume 3 years, that's when the game actually started to be developed. That's the current state of the game. This version of the game, we think, started actually being developed in 2022 at the start. So when they switched to Unreal Engine 5, That was a clean slate for them, and that's a good thing, right? By the way, I think that's very good. I think they should have cleared everything before because the assets were not suitable because they're badly optimized,
It was the right
etc.
decision to go to Unreal 5.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I think that was a good decision for them. That's a very controversial thing to say within the community because a lot of people disagree. But I think it was a good decision because it's a step forward. And so we think the development started there. So if we assume that that's when they started,
Давно не виделись,
and
блядь.
up until the point where they launched, and what they have is about 1/3, maybe 2/3 of one biome, which is the Riverlands. Just for context as well, by the way, the Riverlands isn't actually finished. So another reason why I'm pissed off is the fact that they've started working on the desert when the Riverlands isn't even finished. So it's like, fuck, why are you doing that? That's really annoying me.
I mean,
anyway.
Well, yeah, but like the thing is that, and this is, I think, one of the problems with like charging money for an alpha is that the way that a development team is going to prioritize and do things internally might not make sense to a person who's not like you're not like there might be an internal reason for that. I mean, I don't know why it could make sense. It could not make sense.
So there could be a reason for it. Yeah, let's talk about that. There could be a reason for it.
Sure.
So, do you not think that Intrepid it would benefit Intrepid? So all of this is basically miscommunication. Is how I would label this whole scenario.
I think that you're right about that.
Miscommunication on their point. Stephen disagrees. He actually thinks the communication's great. I completely disagree with that. I think the communication's actually extremely poor. Or it at least could be a lot better to help sell their game in a better light. Anyway, the point is why don't Intrepid communicate that what you just said to us? Why don't they communicate to us that actually here's why? Have you ever played PoE?
Yes.
Have you ever read PoE's patch notes?
Yes.
Do you know that in every single patch notes, the developers give a reason for the change?
Yeah.
That to me is peak communication from a developer team. And when a project is advertised as open development, I would expect that kind of level of communication to its audience, especially when they're slapping $250 on it. I would expect something. You know, they're not actually extending anything to us. They're not explaining to us why it's like this.
I think that you're conflating two different things, though, right? You're looking at like a development prioritization list, which is something that's going to be based around development, and PoE making a balancing change of like, you know, whirlwind or cyclone doing more or less damage. I feel like these are two very different things.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'm using I'm kind of like straw manning a little bit, but that's fine. What I mean is, why can't they just tell us why the desert is in the current state that it is? Why, when they said that the desert was going to be expanded and we could cut trees, and there was going to be a bunch of resources and get wood and stuff. So basically, to up for the context, you not actually played the video game, have you? So you're missing context. So a major resource to level up these nodes and progress these nodes is wood. So we need wood in the desert in order to progress these nodes. There is no wood in the desert because the trees aren't real. So they solved the expansion of the desert having trees that were cuttable, that was going to have a bunch of land mass and a bunch added, but none of that was added. So from my perspective as a customer,
Блять, я сдох.
I think to myself, holy shit, they're finally expanding the desert. They're finally giving us things to do in the desert. Because 2 years ago, they showed us basically a complete desert. You know, it's complete. It's a complete desert. They showed us a complete desert. I had the impression, and so did a lot of my audience, I would say nearly 100% of my audience, were expecting a desert expansion. There is no desert expansion. It's just sand. That you can generate in Unreal Engine 5 by pressing generate sand, and that's it. So what are we expected to test here? What's the test here? What's the point of the phase 2? Why did you sell a phase 2 for $110 when phase 2 is basically the same as phase 1 and nothing's changed and you just wiped everyone back to level 0? What are we testing this time? Why are we spending 50 hours grinding? We've already done that bit. There's nothing new for us to test. So is this how Phase 3 is going to go? What about Phase 3? What about Phase 3.5? What about Phase 3.6? How is this game even being developed? We have no idea because there's zero communication. And I was hoping at least, you know, I've tried to talk so many times about the lack of communication at Intrepid. I've made like 6 videos. I think you even reacted to one, maybe? I can't remember. And you disagreed with me in that video as well.
Which one?
But it was like... It was the one where I just spoke about the lack of communication at Intrepid, right? Let me see if I can find the thumbnail. But it was basically a TLDR of the video was the communication is leaving a lot of the audience confused about the current state of the video game, and we don't... Oh, here it is. The community are losing trust in Ashes of Creation because a lot of people approach me. I am the... I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be as humble as possible. I'm not trying to toot my horn, but I am like the point where people come to get a understanding of the current video game. So a lot of people were coming to me and saying, "What the fuck's happening? What's going on with this? Why is he doing this? Why are they doing this? I'm losing trust, right?" So I was like, "Okay, well, how can I approach this? How can I address this situation?" So I addressed the situation by making this video and saying, listen, Intrepid Studios, the communication is really falling to pieces and we don't know what's going on. Please can you maybe increase the communication a little bit so we understand what's going on and why you're making these choices and why it's been delayed or why it's been changed. So now, originally we thought the Alpha 2 was just going to launch as an Alpha 2, but then they changed it to phases. And a lot of people were really confused about this phase thing. And then they added a bunch of prices to the phases, and it's kind of a bit like scratching their heads, like what the fuck?
I feel like a lot of this is based off of the fact that it's paid. Like, I feel like that, like, because if this game was free, I don't think that we'd even be having this conversation.
Yeah, I agree.
So like, this is entirely... Well, like, I think that matters, though, right? So, like, if the development process is fundamentally problematic or bad for whatever reason, then that's very different than you saying that the development process is frustrating as a paying customer. So, like, you're kind of comparing and, like, arguing about two separate things. That's what I would really say the most about it would be.
Yeah. Well, I am just expressing, like, random concerns now. But sticking to the point of the video, and the point of the video is that what they showed isn't actually the current state of the game, and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
Therefore, I am stepping away. That's all the video is.
Okay.
And then I showed comparisons. They advertise this. This is what people... I've received a lot of pushback in the comments about how what I showed isn't actually representative of what the desert actually is, and you said that as well. But the part of the desert that is being shown has no content. There are no points of interest in that desert. It's easy to just generate a desert area.
Well, then why didn't you show that part?
Because I've already made a 20-minute video about it. That part already exists on my channel for everyone to see.
But
I've
you
already
could see how
covered
somebody
that.
who
Was
watched
phase 1.
You could see how somebody who watched this video would think that this is the desert, right?
Well, yeah, but the point is that this was the expansion. So we're talking about the desert expansion.
That's not what you said in the video. You said it was the desert. Like, you didn't say it was the expansion. You said it was the desert.
I had a section in that video that explicitly spoke about the expansion.
I think that you probably did at some point, but you also said that it was the desert itself. Like, I can maybe, I mean, I can compromise and say, like, maybe you said both, but I remember you saying that it was the desert.
There's a whole section in this video where he talks about the expansion.
Okay. Well, if people can find the timestamp, I can watch it. And
I'm looking at it right now. On my stream.
Where's the timestamp? And I can listen to it right now.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to 5 minutes and, I don't know, 18?
Okay. All right, I'm going to play it.
25?
25? Okay.
525.
All right, I'll listen to it.
Main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they even claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead just going to introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase, Desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th, right? The Desert as well. The Desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the Tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the Tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the Desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet what we received...
That's pretty much it.
Okay. So, but like, you see how that's confusing for me to see, because you're talking about like the Desert and then you're showing the images that are in the game. So you're seeing the expansion and you said it prompted people to believe what's going to be seen 2 years ago, and then you're showing that.
Yeah. Well, I thought I was pretty... I'm going to be honest, I thought I was pretty clear. I thought that clip there is pretty clearly stating that this is the Desert expansion, and there is no Desert expansion. The Desert expansion is a flat piece of sand with 3 nodes that are copy-pasted nodes from the Riverlands, and that's all it is. That's the expansion. So they sold the launch of Phase 2 with a $110 price tag based on lies, basically. Because there is no expansion. You can't claim that is an expansion. I mean, do you believe what I'm showing is an expansion there?
Well, no. I mean, obviously not. I mean, it is in a way, right? It technically is an expansion, but no, not really.
Yes.
Okay.
Technically, yes, and I agree. Technically, it is.
But it's not
would you
fundamentally.
Then agree? So would you say that that's a communication issue? What I'm trying to express is communication issues. Improve the communication. That's what I want Intrepid to do. I care a lot about Intrepid. I care a lot about Ashes of Creation. I want them to improve their communication skills, because I think it's vital for the survival of this open development project that communication is key.
And you don't think that it's misleading at all to show the edge of the map and then to say that that's the new stuff?
Not the edge of the map. No, that's not the edge of the map. That is directly in smack bang in the middle of the desert. This is a node here. This is in the middle of the desert. I've shown that point before. This is just beyond that point. This is the desert. This is the expansion that they advertised. That part that Stephen showed existed in Phase 1. I've already covered it. I've got a whole 20-minute video showing that already. That isn't the expansion. This, what I'm showing on my screen right now, is the so-called expansion.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I mean, I'd have to see it for myself and make sure and decide that.
Yep.
I mean, look up the definition of expansion. Yeah, I'm not sure. I do think that, like...
I recommend 2 years.
Yeah, for sure.
Like 2 years.
So you think it's going to be 2 years until the alpha comes out?
I think it... No. What I'm saying is give it 2 years. Like, forget about Ashes, right? Stop thinking about the video game. Let them develop it for 2 years, and then come and check in 2 years to see how they're doing. That's what I recommend.
I just think that it's unfair to expect for an Alpha 2 to have all of the features in it, because I've played a lot of Alphas before, and they've never had that.
They've delivered on their features so far. No, they've delivered their features so far.
Well, you said they didn't deliver the freehold.
They haven't delivered the freeholds yet, but they will do. I didn't say anywhere that they're not going to deliver the features. They will do, but don't get it twisted. It's not going to be in 2 years. It's going to be, I don't know how long. I can't tell you. Look at Star Citizen, that's what I'd say. Maybe compare it to that.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? But, okay.
Yeah.
So, are you going to keep playing the game at all, or, like, what are you going to do?
I think I'm going to... Well, I have to, right? I'm not going to play it myself, but I've got a whole community who love the game, right?
over the years, I'm sure I'm going to get people posting the progress. So I will keep up with the game's progress through the people that still come to my community and post it. I will just casually keep up with the video game and see how they're doing. But ultimately, I just wish, there's no malicious intent towards them. I just don't agree with what they're doing, and I wish them the best.
Okay, that's fair. I'll probably get Steven on, and we'll talk to him after this. Yep. So,
okay.
yeah.
Do you want to talk to me after the Steven thing? Or?
Maybe. I don't know. It depends on what he says, right? Yeah, it depends on what he says. And so we'll get on both sides, and we'll listen to what Steven's going to say. And I think that's the best idea. But I do really appreciate you talking about this. I definitely do.
Oh,
and and I can see where you're coming from. I think that the communication issues are definitely something I would agree with, right? I mean, for sure, it's hard to like manage expectations, but I also think that the way that games are developed, it kind of makes sense that some things aren't available in alpha that were shown before, because I just think that's the way that development's worked in games that I've observed over my time playing games.
I disagree with that statement. I don't think that's true. I think that's Chronicles of Valeria copium. That's what Chronicles of Valeria did. Nobody agreed with that shit. So why are we accepting it with Ashes? Don't we want Ashes to be the one to succeed? We want Ashes to be the Kickstarter that succeeded. So why are we following down the same path and doing the same things that Chronicles of Valeria did? That to me is, don't do that.
I'm just saying that's the way that development for a number of games that I've played has been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not me. I haven't played any games like that because I don't really follow scams until, unfortunately, recently.
Yeah.
That's a meme, by the way. That's a meme.
Okay. All right. Well, I actually, to be honest, I really need to use the bathroom. So I'm going to call Steven. I really appreciate you coming on and talking about it. I really do.
Yeah.
And best of luck. And, I'll be looking forward to the new videos, the Dark Souls one.
Yep.
All
Okay,
right,
mate.
I'll see you. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to use the bathroom. You know, is Steven call? No, I can call Steven. That should be fine. Give me a minute. So never participated in alpha before? Yeah, I mean, I think that the main problem, I think the main problem Narc has is with the price of the alpha. That's the main issue more than anything. And if the game, because like I've played so many games and they've had this same development cycle. And it's like some systems they announce and then they're not in the game at the beginning, then they add them later. This is just what happens, right? And I feel like if it was a free beta, you wouldn't have anybody mad about it. And you just have people that are mad about it because it was a paid beta. What game are you talking about? Oh, with WoW. Like if you play alphas in WoW, a lot of the features aren't available when they first come out. Oh, I did see that for Jam. Yeah. And Corner Brother saw exactly what's going on in Ashes. For sure. It's crazy that they're releasing a map without anything interactable. Yeah. Industry standard used to pay people to test games. The large problem is it doesn't understand the dev process. Intrepid basically needs to teach everyone how they're making their games and why. Well, like, I think that's also, I think that's kind of true, is that the way that a consumer and a player is going to perceive the development process is going to be totally different than the way that a developer actually develops the game. So you have people that are looking at it from the perspective of like a viewer, and it's like from them, a lot of these like complications in development don't really have anything to do with the way that kind of stuff works. They need to be open about it. Yeah, but like, how can you be open about it? It said it was open development. Yeah, exactly, right. And so let's go back. I'll message Steven and see where he's at. If he's hashing it out. Yeah, no, it's not really a big deal for me. We do want some communication, yes, but players don't understand developers for sure. Well, no, and they're not going to understand it from their perspective. Having a blast in communication has not been. What was this here? Let me see again. Fuck. Where'd it go? Let me read it. And the communication has not been shit at all. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be everybody's opinion is going to be different, right? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I'll call Steven. He'll be ready in a couple of minutes. And then we'll get into it. It's an alpha. People shouldn't treat it like a game. I know that. I know that. And that's why I said that the entire problem The entire problem with all of this is the fact that the alpha costs money to get into. If the alpha was free, nobody would be having this conversation. And I think also, by the way, I think that implies that the development process is not fundamentally flawed or disingenuous. Because the development process would still be bad even if it was free. Like, at least that's the way that my brain works. Games take money to develop? I heard about that, yes. You know, look at Concord. A free game doing this, I wouldn't even wait for 2 years. Really? I would. I don't give a fuck about this stuff. I don't care at all. Like, to me, I just... As soon as if I'm doing any of this stuff, like, if a game isn't ready, I just wait for it to be ready. That's it. Yeah, I mean, fuck. I feel like that's the best way to do it. That's the way I did with WoW, and that's what I've done with a lot of other games, like New World. Like, I stopped putting myself in positions that, like, just make me mad, like, get me frustrated. Like, what the fuck is going... Of course I don't want to see that. I want to deal with that. It's crazy. The alpha cost is a filter that people that want to invest time to help the alpha, if it was cheap, people would just join and fill the server and no one would give feedback. I'm not arguing as to whether the price was good or not. I'm arguing as to whether the price was a causal factor in causing people to be frustrated, which I think that it was. These are two different things. The issue isn't that it's paid, but that they misrepresent what's playable to get paid. I don't think that they said at any point that, like, for example, the freehold system would be playable in alpha, like, the second that it came out, right? I don't think they ever said that. Because you're rich? You think if I had less money, I would be more mad about it? I mean, if I wasn't rich, I wouldn't be buying it in the first place. Let's be honest, right? I mean, I feel like if you don't have a lot of money, maybe that's not something that you should spend your money on. But anyway, I'll go ahead and I'll call Steven. Give me a minute. Okay, he's good. All right, let's call Steven. Here we go. Hey, what's going on, man? Mike is...
Hello.
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Not bad. Good. How you doing, brother?
I am chilling, man. Just looking at all this stuff going on with the game. Obviously, it's been probably, I'm sure, a pretty interesting week or so for you. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of opinions, a lot of videos, and a lot of reactions. And so, obviously, I think that you probably saw a lot of like kind of what I discussed with Narc about things, and what like kind of the frustrations in the community are about just different aspects of the game. And kind of like, what's your take on it? Like, how do you feel like people have been responding?
Well, I think the first thing that's really important is, you know, I get a lot of comments from people that say I really shouldn't be responding. I'm the head of the company. I'm the, you know, head of the project. Like, you know, let this be a news cycle and go away after 3 days. But I want to give context into why I engage, why I respond, even if it means that it gives life to, you know, the negativity or the claims that are not true, beyond the news cycle that might have occurred with just that single video. And it's because, you know, we care very much about what we're doing. And I didn't start this company to be another, you know, development team or publisher that doesn't respond and doesn't engage with the community. So I just want to get that out of the way first.
Sure.
My primary problem, and I tried to put this in the response, is that, look, it's fair to talk about communication. It's fair to talk about, you know, things that we could have said differently or done differently. But the key takeaway and the problem that I had with the video that was portrayed was the definitive statements that what we've shown in our development updates are not real. And that is absolutely not true. And Narc has zero basis whatsoever to make that statement. And I think the biggest takeaway for anybody that's watching the video, as you had, right, is to look at him showcasing a section of the world that was at the edge of the map, that is in the dunes area, that is incomplete.
So is this part at the edge of the map or not?
Which part?
The part
part
where
Narc showed?
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's 100% at the bottom of the map.
So why did he say it wasn't at the edge of the map?
I have no idea. I can log into the game right now with you. If you still have the game downloaded, I can port you to the area in the game, and we can run around together and look at the desert.
I think I might have to update it.
There's probably a few updates.
Yeah.
But you can start updating it, and we can go.
Yeah, no, for sure.
You know, the point that's important is that the video that Narc made has 130,000 views right now.
It does.
And what he made definitively as a statement in that video was that the desert that we showcased 2 years ago is not in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I logged into the game and made a video as a response to you that showed all of those assets, all of that terrain, all of that, the cliff sides, the beetle bugs, the scorpions, everything that we showed in the video, even the wisp whelk mount, all of that is in the game. So definitively that was a false statement, right? And I think the key takeaway is why would Narc want to give the impression? He said, I made a video previous. He said that he made a video previously that had 10, 15,000 views. But the takeaway is that wasn't the video that had 130,000 views, and it's not the video that got megaphoned into 500,000 views. And when people walk away from that video, they look at the showcase that he looked at, and then he would switch screens back to the empty dunes, and they didn't see any part of the desert that was in the video, in his video. So they walk away thinking, wait a minute, why did you show this? This isn't real. But that's not true.
So what Narc said was that basically the part of the desert that was shown, like basically you had promised an expansion to the desert that then didn't happen.
Well, the expansion to the desert is going to occur throughout Phase 2.
Okay.
Like Phase 2 just started December 20th. We are 15 days in to Phase 2.
Okay.
And during those 15 days, the studio's been on break the entire time.
Right, because
so
it's like Christmas and like holidays and everything.
That's right. So there are 5 more months where we have been very clear in all of our development updates that we are going to be continually building the game. That is part of what Alpha is. We have said that. And that means that territory will expand. It means that the tropics will be expanding, that the Badlands will be expanding.
Yeah.
Like all of those spaces continue to expand as part of the game's continued development. But what's more important is, and I think that this is a key takeaway, is the way that development works is, as you said, there are branches that exist beneath production. And to be clear, production is the name of the branch that's exposed to the player base. So when a build gets completed and when it gets promoted, it has to go through different steps.
Give me 1 second. I'm having like effing on my screen. It's now stop. Give me 1 minute. I think it's like patching the game, and that's what's causing it.
It's possible.
Yeah.
We might be eating the bandwidth.
Yeah, exactly. Let me go back and double check. Okay. Guys, are we good now? Do you know if there's a way to throttle the bandwidth that the launcher uses to download?
You might have to do it at the application level.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's because I was downloading the game. That's the reason. It was like pretty fast. I think I might have to just do that for tomorrow because it'll probably cause other issues.
Yeah, they're probably. I don't know when the last time was that you updated, but it probably. It was probably back in Phase 1, so there might be some substantial updates.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think that's what would make sense. Okay. Well, anyway, you can continue. Like so
what
about
I was saying,
the desert and all that. Yeah.
What you were commenting about the way that development works is that there are branches that exist in our source control, and we use Perforce, where other features, other areas, other assets are not implemented into the production environment. It's because they're not ready, as you mentioned. They don't connect to other systems. They may not be connecting to certain services. They may not be, QA'd not to cause server crashes. There's a whole bunch of reasons why those things might not exist. He used the freeholds as another example. In the freehold showcase, you know, we showcased all the assets that we've developed. We showcased all the interaction and harvesting that we had developed. We showcased the housing and the furniture and, you know, the different mounts and the section of the Riverlands. All that stuff is real. But Narc definitively stated in his video that this is quote unquote fakery, which is a complete slanderous and liable statement to make. And he has no founding or expertise to make that type of a statement, which is, you know, he also said that, hey, I'm just a normal guy. I just want to step away from the game. Well, then by all means, like 100%, I advise that. Like, we are not anywhere near complete as a development. That is the whole part of this process. And I have said time and time again that, like, this journey of development is not of interest for everybody. The majority of gamers don't give a shit how a game gets made. They just want to play the game. And that makes sense. I understand that. That's totally normal. But we are showing it so that people who do care, which is a minority of gamers, have an opportunity to have a voice in the development of these systems. So what that means is, in this showcase you have here, the Freehold example, we're showcasing how the Freeholds have been developed thus far. Does that mean that they can exist within the ecosystem of Alpha 2 because they're either not connected into our networking system, or we don't have the icons and the UI to interface with the deployment of the buildings yet, or we're still utilizing the tax services and mail systems to facilitate that, the cargo, the construction of that? None of that stuff we showed in the showcase because it wasn't developed yet. But what we did showcase was the interactions with the harvestables, the ability to interact with the livestock. All of that stuff is real. And when you go into the game now, you can purchase a freehold. You can own a freehold. You have specific permissions to that freehold. You can create root balls through the artisanship system. You can plant those root balls. You can harvest those root balls. It goes into the economy. That is what we have shown. And the same is true for the desert. But my key takeaway is that as a viewer, if you're watching this, you walk away from that video under the assumption that those things don't exist because he definitively states they don't. But they do exist in the current alpha. And so to ask yourself the question, why would he purposefully mislead the visuals of the desert, not showcasing the parts of the desert that do look like the video we showed, if not to influence the opinion of his more uninformed audience? Which, it's okay to be uninformed. Like I said, majority of people don't give a damn about what goes into making the sausage. We understand that. But we're not doing this for those people. We are doing this for the people that care to have a voice in the project.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. So with the freehold system and like the way that works, so the way that it looks like in the demo that you showed, like with the rabbit mount and everything, and like slaughtering the pig, like does it function that way? Like, how much of that functionality is accessible right now in the beta at this very moment?
At this moment in time, with the freeholds, you can currently harvest resources, you can plant the resources, and there's the Lightfoot Leveret mount, which is the bunny mount that you saw, that you can acquire as well through hunting. You know, those things are currently in the game. And then what we're waiting on is the deployment system for the buildings. And we're waiting on the cargo system that should be attached to the freehold that allows you to bring resources to the freehold's location and store them at the freehold in order to construct those blueprints.
Yeah.
So that's still in our development branch, which is getting QA tested and some additional code to attach it into the node service, because the freeholds are expected to exist on what's called our node service and our zones of influence, because that's how estates are governed. So right now, what we've done to implement the initial freehold system is we've pre-placed certain freeholds throughout the world, so that we can test permissions and we can test the planting and those types of things. And then once we're ready to implement the estates, which means it has to go through our QA branch and then eventually get to staging before it makes it to our Alpha 2 production branch, that is when players will be able to then place freeholds under the estate system.
So, okay, but like you can't, like, for example, like slaughter the pig or something like that now. Like, I mean, so like for like percentage wise, it's probably like 20-30% of like what was shown that like you can do right now in the alpha?
There are chickens and there are pigs that you can get if you have a tier 2 upgraded node farming station.
Yeah.
And then you can place those on the freehold currently as you do the trees and the herbs that you can harvest. And so the pig will appear and then you can slaughter it after a period of time.
Okay, so you can do that right now inside of the
Correct.
game in the alpha at this very moment.
As long as a node has upgraded to a tier 2 building, yes.
Okay. So, all right, well, that makes a lot of sense. And let's see, besides that, I feel like there was also the concern about basically the communication for like these different phases and how it works. But actually, you know what, before I go to that, you were mentioning a development branch. So,
correct.
Basically, there is an internal version of the game, probably, where more of these features are available than the public alpha version of the game. Is this accurate?
Well, there are a lot of different branches within our Perforce where we do development, right? We have an engine branch, we have an ICS branch, we have a development branch, we have our QA. Like, there's a whole bunch that has these. That have these features in different states, that they're not all necessarily interconnected. They don't necessarily connect into the network or the services yet. That work hasn't been completed or done, right? It's still
they're all like modular different things.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens is as those features get more complete, they get integrated, and that is where the integration layer exists, and then they get tested. So a great example of this that Narc was talking about is something called our dynamic gridding, which right now our network utilizes a server meshing technology, which is currently in the game.
So he says that's not real. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's crazy. So I don't know if. Gosh, I wish there was a way for you to log in. Oh, I can actually stream and you can watch. I can show you.
Let me see if I can do that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to just spam a bunch so it doesn't show our DMs or anything like that. And let me make sure that that's good.
I'm going to start streaming real quick.
Okay.
And maybe you can just watch me play on a development client on the Alpha 2.
Okay.
So I can show you, the different server workers.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, I just started streaming.
Give me 1 second, let me make sure that I can look at it. It doesn't show yet. Oh,
I am
streaming from on YouTube?
Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch.
Okay, good. I thought I was gonna have to screen share from Discord or something like that. All right, yeah, sure. Which channel?
Oh, that's a good question. What is my channel? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
It is Steven Sharif. So it's /Steven Sharif. STEVENSHARIF.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Hold on one. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay. All right, so this is in the dev client of the game, is that right?
Well, so this is the production environment, which means this is our live Alpha 2.
Oh, okay, so this is the live game.
Yeah, this is the live game.
Okay.
But I'm on a developer client, so I can do certain things in the live game that you wouldn't normally be able to.
Right.
So when he's talking about,
can you go to that area that he was showing that was like super empty?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll give
Yep, no problem, no problem.
Give myself a little dude.
And are these trees actual assets, or are they just images placed in place of an asset?
Well, I think that's part of nomenclature that I think needs to be better understood by people who don't develop games, right? Is like, when you say, is it an actual asset?
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's bad. So, like, can you interact with the trees?
So the trees cannot yet be interacted with in the desert environment, and there's a reason for that. Our artisanship service is a very complicated service. As you may or may not know, we have certain interactables that are mined materials, that are wood, that are herbalism, whatever. The way that works is those exist all throughout the different areas of the map, and certain types of resources are supposed to spawn in certain areas. And so because of that, each interactable node that you might see, let me just show you for a quick. I'll just go and show you in 1 second here. Each interactable object is governed by what's called our artisanship service, and it's a way that you kind of create this dynamic server grid where you pull as many processes off of an individual Unreal Engine game server, and instead you have those governed by a service that lives off of the game server and that game servers can talk to. So for example, if I go up to this tree here, well, I don't have the appropriate level, so it's red. Hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Let me give myself all of the...
Yeah, do a little bit of cheating.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm cheating. Toggle max. So, go back up to it. So now I can start chopping this tree that I have asserted.
Okay.
But this tree is governed by an area that is under our Riverlands relationship service. So the trees that are currently in the desert biome can't yet be interacted with because we haven't extended that service into the desert biome.
I see. So there's basically let's say
we told players
you have there's like a middleman that's like not available, so you can't do the interaction. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's generally correct. So just fly to the area that Narc was talking about.
Yeah. I want to see this part of the desert here.
1 second. So these assets are done. I mean, they are created. What needs to be hooked up is the artisanship service, right?
And once the artisanship service gets hooked up, then all the trees and everything will be interactable.
Correct. Okay. That's right. So as soon as we get to this section here, I can't even move. Like, I am blocked right here because this area is off of the map. This is the edge of the map.
Okay.
So this is a wall. I am stuck on this wall.
And can you just go around and like kind of show just to get an indication of like because I mean the exact spot that he was at, but like is this true like pretty much entirely around?
And then this is what's called our node quirk. So the way that cities exist within the game is they can be developed by players. Oops. And this node has been developed, so it is a desert node.
Right.
He mentioned that the node is a copy paste of the Riverland.
Yes.
Hold on. He mentioned that it's a copy paste of the Riverland. That's because the way that nodes exist is they exist on corks. So we have a number of different node layouts that are obviously intended that we are continuing to build, that the node team is building.
Yeah.
But those node layouts aren't fully online yet. So we use in these corks essentially the node templates that we have available until such time as the new templates become available, and we will replace these nodes with those new templates. That's how development exists.
Well, sometimes that's how releases exist too. I played New World. No, I get it. I understand. And so around the other area that like Narc was showing in the video, because I just want to make sure that like we nail down this point like 100% about it being at the edge of the map or not, because like to me it's like it's very important that like something like this is either true or not.
He has to send the coordinates that he might have been at. I don't know where if he has a coordinates, I can port to those coordinates.
Yeah.
But as I kind of like fly through the desert zone, right, there's a lot of it obviously that's still a work in progress because the zone is being developed. But the key takeaway that I have from the video is that he claims what we showed 2 years ago did not exist, and it does exist. It may not exist near the edge of the map or near even as you go into the deeper portions of the map, But all of this desert zone here,
yeah,
maybe not this desert zone down here, is complete. But regardless, like the point of that is that this is still in development, and we have been very clear about that as part of our communications with the audience, that not everything is going to be complete in an alpha, and that I know that that can be a difficult thing to communicate, to convey, but it is part of our process. It is part of the development of the game.
And so part of that is like he brought up that one image, and there was a dungeon, I think, or something like that, where it had like this really big tower in the middle.
It's called an Essence Geyser.
Okay.
So the Essence Geyser is a dungeon where a certain monster race that's called the Nagash live.
Okay.
And the Najash are essentially, sorry, not Nagash, the Najash. The Najash are the serpent race, which is another development.
So the reason why that wasn't so the reason why that wasn't available to be seen was because the dungeon isn't in the game that exists in.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And we didn't show that in the preview either. We just showed the Essence Geyser itself, which is an asset that we created. That's the top of the dungeon. And we showed the monsters that go into the dungeon, but those aren't in the game either yet, because their dungeon's not in the game. Their animations are complete. Their behavior, some of their behavior trees are complete. Like there is a lot of it that's being worked in progress. And I think that's the biggest that's the biggest rub in my opinion. Is that it is easy to look at a development, and as much as we have communicated, which we have communicated probably, and I'm speaking from a gamer's perspective, more than I have seen any other MMORPG of our size in development with a following like ours, probably that I've ever seen. And I don't know if you've seen another MMORPG in development of our size that's communicated more than us.
I've seen the negative outcomes of them trying to communicate. Yeah, I mean, usually it doesn't go very well. I mean, like the way that users and like players and gamers like perceive a development cycle is going to be way different than like the way that it actually exists.
And I'll be honest with you, like the biggest takeaway for me about that, by the way, you're 100% correct. Like the biggest takeaway, in my opinion, about that is many people have said time and time again when I've gone to DICE or when I've gone to GDC, different convention, I've talked with executives at other companies and developers and publishers. They've said, "Hey man, what you're doing is crazy. Like it is, you will get eaten alive." And in part, like we know, that's the double-edged sword.
It is,
right? That is 100% correct. That is the downside of transparent development, is that every single thing you say, every single thing you do is going to get picked apart, and not by people who know the process. Not by people who know what it takes to build these games, or even know what development is, or software development in general. And the best thing that those people can do is they sometimes can sell negativity, because if you look at Narc's videos, and this is not just Narc, by the way, I'm not just trying to pick on Narc. This is something that is true of content creators and influencers in general, right? Is that there is certain types where they want to sell negativity because it sells best. And Narc is a great example, because if you look at his videos where he's praising the game, they have 10,000 views, they have 15,000 views, right? They have something that is not the equivalent of the videos where he's criticized or where he's lobbed baseless accusations against the game, like his most recent one that has now 150,000 views and over probably 1 million views that'll get megaphone by you reviewing it as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And he talks about a conflict in interest for the referral program, which, by the way, many products, many companies, many services have a referral system. But the reality of it is, if you talk about conflict and interest, for a content creator to be incentivized by ad revenue, they are going to want to create content that yields the most amount of views and the most amount of engagement. And if you're looking at the proposition of making a clickbait title, or making a rage bait title, or making something that's going to cause drama and get picked up and spread and amplified and megaphoned, like, if you are that type of person that's trying to build your channel, like, why would you not do that? It's no skin off of your back per se. You're not getting
kicked out of the game, you can come back after a year and now you have your redemption arc all set up and teed off for you, right? It's like, oh, Ashes of Creation succeeded. You know, a year later,
I've only done that myself 10 times. Yes, I'm
right.
fully.
But here's the part that gets missed by a lot of people, is that there are actual human beings behind the screen that are devoting their 100 hours a week at times to build something where it matters to us very much the public's reception, the public's perception, you know, and that is why we create these things. And to see someone say something like, they lied to us, it doesn't exist, it's not in the game, when he has no basis for fact there, that is a super, super hurtful, sad thing to have to endure.
It's either something that's true or not at the end of the day,
Correct.
right? And so, like, if it's in the game, then you can show it in the game. If it's not in the game, then it can't be shown in the game.
Correct. Like, and that's why I made that response video.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually like a super, super simple dynamic. And I think that, like, I feel like with content, it's not necessarily always something that's negative. It's something that reinforces viewpoints that people already have. So, like, if people already have a viewpoint that's something, it's confirmation bias. People want to hear that their opinion that they have is already accurate. And so,
for sure. But I will say one thing to that, Asmund. I will say one thing to that.
Yeah.
Is while you're saying it's true, it's either in the game or it isn't. The fact of the matter is that some percentage of the 150,000 views that he's already garnered with that video will not see that truth afterwards. They will walk away. They may not watch the follow-up video. Right? That's how media works. That's how marketing works. And they're eventually going to, it's kind of like that effect, you know, where they say we have too many satellites in orbit and eventually trash is going to start, hitting each other. And it's going to have this exponential growth of trash throughout, you know, space or whatnot. That the same is true for a viewer, right? If a person walks away with a now what you've described as a confirmation bias, with an opinion that they formed based off the video that they saw, and they don't get to see the follow-up, they get to go ping pong that on Reddit. They get to go ping pong that in the comment section of another video. They get to go ping pong that in the Twitch viewers. And then that spreads to other people. So to a degree, that is why there are libel, slander, and defamation laws that exist, because you cannot control what those things are. Now, Narc made some very definitive statements that are inaccurate and false. And I would be well within my rights to act upon that in a very legal manner. But I can't do that, obviously, right? That's not to my benefit. It's not what I want to do anyways, even though it defames and hurts me, and I can't control what that bias is. And now I'm forced to roll around in the mud, right, about the project, which is taking away from really what the focus should be.
It's the focus on a project. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. So, like, how do you feel about, like, the way that Narc feels about the communication? Because I think that there's been a lot of people that have felt.
Look, if Narc had made a video that said, "Hey, I think you should have communicated this better, and I think you should have communicated that better," 100%. That's the whole fucking point of us being open about the transparent in the first, the process of development in the first place. Like that constructive criticism. Not going on his stream and calling people who support the game autists and retards and banning them and just acting like a complete degenerate, right? And because, and again, I'm not trying to make any ill will towards Narc.
Sure.
Like, yes, I'm super pissed about the fact that he went and made a video that was completely defamatory. But the reality of the matter is that we never engaged with Narc from a company's perspective as a content creator. Why? Because his brand was not the brand that we wanted to engage with about the game. Now, of course, that's a big conflict for us because he was creating content about the game, and some of those videos and content were great, but some of them were not. And some of them did not match what we wanted our brand to be. And I got a lot of flack internally from my own marketing and community team when I would even talk and engage with Narc because they were saying, "Hey, man, like this guy is not a good dude." And I would say, "Okay, well, you know,
I mean, this is just marketing and PR people are always
100%.
they are so careful. I'm fully aware of that. And I think that makes sense, right? That's their job. But you talk about banning, right? And so there were a lot of criticism. This actually wasn't really even discussed in like the
Reddit.
Yeah, people getting banned on Reddit for like.
That's so false. Like that's another thing that was absolutely crazy. So let me tell you.
So people
you know
aren't
this
getting
very
banned.
Well.
Like,
here, listen. So you know this very well. Narc was in his stream. Narc was in a stream for 4 days straight, playing at the beginning of phase 2. He was running a subathon.
Yeah.
And in the subathon, you know, it was a total hate fest, right? He had a pretty solid like 300 viewers. Anybody who's watching can corroborate this. This is true. And those viewers were all just kind of, you know, hate baiting each other. Yeah. And they would go on the Reddit and they would make statements with their Reddit, and they would say things like, "This game is 100% scam. What they're doing is fake. This isn't real. You know, they should be shut down." All these types of things, right? And so over the course of December, there were probably 7 people that got banned. And the only reason they got banned is because they violated our respect each other rule. There was one thread that got locked. Out of 10 different threads that were about Narc,
and
one
that
got
was
locked
the desert
because it was
one,
just
right?
a hate fest. There were like 7 desert threads.
Okay.
You can go on our Reddit and look at the 7 different.
And
desert
why do you
threads.
think
One
there
of
were
the-
so many desert threads? Because like it feels to me like that's like a really big point of contention.
Well, they were all Narc. The majority of them. I don't want to say necessarily all.
Yeah,
The majority of them, in my opinion, were from Narc's stream because, again, he was running a 4-day-long stream, and the desert was a big point of topic for him. Now, I don't know if that was a result of him being upset about having to shave his beard, because the desert. I don't know what might have exacerbated that aspect, but. That is what I think caused it. But I have been a mod of that Reddit because it's our official subreddit of the Ashes of Creation game. It was handed to me because the person who made it back in 2016 didn't want to be the owner of it anymore. So after like 5 months, he said, "Here, this is your subreddit now." And I said, "Okay, we'll make it the official subreddit. We'll engage. We'll talk to the community here. We'll make sure to enforce some decorum as well."
So you're saying that like if a person goes and they make a post on Reddit right now that isn't like insulting or like saying it's a scam or everybody's lying, and they have a constructive post about Ashes of Creation on the subreddit, that they're not going to get banned for it, even if it's completely negative?
Any one of your 40,000 viewers right now can go on our subreddit and they can look through the history and see just how many constructive, critical posts there are about Ashes of Creation.
Okay.
I would even say that a healthy, probably half of that subreddit is reasons why a game design is bad, or reason why a system should be changed, or reason why the communication isn't good. I don't ban people at all. Our Discord is the same way. Like I have people constantly that'll ping me with feedback that's like, "Hey man, this is a terrible design. You shouldn't do this. The game's gonna fail because of this." I don't ever respond to that in a negative way. That's the whole purpose of this development. Is to garner that level of interaction with the community. That is what we have done for 8 straight years. It is a completely false narrative for anyone to say that.
Well, if I look at it and I look at the subreddit, it does seem like there's a lot of critical comments that are made, and these comments are not being deleted. So
no, of course not. Like, well, first of all, you can go on to there are a number of different websites that you can go on to, and you can see if there are any deleted comments. Like that. I mean, that is just a factual truth.
Okay. Well, that's at least good to know. I'm thinking about some of the other components of this too. And so if you're talking about
here's the other thing, Ezra. When you put these things into perspective, and your audience is a very I consider myself a member of your audience. I enjoy your takes. I love watching you. We have a lot of people in the studio that are Asmund Gold fans. I mean, that's why I invited you to the Asmund Bald Guild. You joined Alpha One.
I remember that very well.
But what I will say is that, like, if you put these points into context,
look, I don't know what's going on with Narc. I don't know, why he's come to these conclusions that he has. I have assumptions. My assumptions are it's because, this is the reason of him wanting to farm views and engagement or whatever, and then maybe he'll do a redemption arc later, and that's like his master plan. I have a lot of different commentaries, but it is what it is. I don't really care. Only thing I care about is that when someone makes false and defamatory statements and it gets 100,000 plus views, and then it gets 500,000 plus views, and it demeans the character of myself or the 230 plus families that I care that are putting their hearts and souls into this game, of which I put over $55 million of my own money into the development of this game.
Yeah.
There has never been a dime or profit that's been taken from this company in 8 years. When someone says that, it is utter, and pardon my French,
it's gonna
here,
piss
but
you off. It's bullshit.
It's
Sure.
it's
I get it.
complete fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Total bullshit.
Well, all right, I'm gonna ask you. Like, I don't know if you can really give me the answer for this. Like, 55 million. There's no way you can make an MMO with $55 million. Like, how much money do you think it's gonna take to make the game?
At least another 50 minimum. Like, I mean, at least another 50. I'll be on the hook for minimum. And by the way, we've grown to 230 developers.
Yeah.
That's not 230 developers in the middle of Croatia.
Yeah.
That's 230 developers in the middle of San Diego, California, which is the most expensive part of the United States.
Yeah, it's like what is it like?
And I'll tell you another thing.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you another thing. I take care of my developers.
Yeah.
We give 100% health insurance for our developers, their spouses, and all of their children as well.
Yep.
And that's on a game that's not making profit.
Right.
So for someone to demean my character like this and to drag me through the mud this way is absolutely out of character and wrong.
Okay.
It is just wrong.
No, I understand that. I mean, what do you think about like the 6 years of the game being an alpha? Because he said he did the math on
I
it.
think I said this at the start of this development.
Yeah.
I said that we're going to make this game in a way that we feel is right. A lot of games come out and they get worked on in the dark. How long did Throne and Liberty take to develop? 12 years.
You mean Lineage?
And Lineage 3.
Yeah, exactly.
12 years. And by the way, this is no hate against NCSoft or their game. I think they did a great job. I'm just saying it took 12 years to make, and that was from an established major MMO RPG powerhouse to build a game like that. Right, and I'm not trying to judge whether or not Throne of Liberty was good or whatever. I don't, it is what it is.
But it takes a long time to make a game.
Opinion.
Yeah.
But it takes a long time to make a game, and it takes a real fucking long time to make an MMORPG, and multiply that by 10 when you're trying to do the level of complexity and systems that we are trying to do, which is fucking crazy.
No, so do you don't have like a time frame or anything for how long the alpha is going to last?
Do you know if I told you a time frame today and that time frame changed?
Uh-huh.
What would happen? What would happen? I would be
you'd be lying again. Yeah.
Exactly. I'd be a liar.
Yep. Okay.
I would be a liar.
So you don't want to get a time frame because then you're going to get nailed down for another video about you lying in the future. No, I think that's fair.
The other thing is, like, how can I give a time frame when we just started our Alpha 2?
Yeah.
The whole point of this fucking Alpha is to test everything, right? And before we go into full onslaught production of these core systems, we need to test that, 1, they work, 2, players want them, and 3, whatever we need to do to make those systems work differently, we have time to do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole point of Alpha 2. So, like, again, if you aren't interested in the development process of an MMORPG, my whole recommendation is chill, don't follow us, check in a year, in 2 years, whatever it is, get an average update every now and then. But the reason I told Narc, like, and anyone else who was getting their tits in a twist, or excuse me,
it is what it is. Yeah, no, true. Yeah, for sure.
Who were getting their boxers in a bunch because of the development process?
Yeah.
Go take a break. Take a break for your own mental. Let me tell you, developing this game has not been great for my mental health.
Yeah.
It sure is. I would not wish this level of engagement with the community, this level of complexity in the game development. I mean, you got to understand, I started this also 8 years ago without having any experience in development whatsoever, just being a lover of MMOs and wanting to make something that I like, right? So, like, I had to run through the crucible on fire, with my head on fire.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
I understand.
And my recommendation is take a break.
go take a break for your own mental health. That wasn't any dig on his mental health. I don't personally care about Narc too much to care what his mental health status is. I'm just suggesting to anyone that is too emotionally invested in our development process, go take a break. We will be here when you get back. This project is too large. I have put too much of an investment. I care too much, and so does our team, about its success for it to fail. And so because of that, we are going to do what's necessary no matter the time it takes. Now, ultimately, I don't want to be in a 10, 12, 14-year-long development cycle. But another thing to keep in mind is that when people say, hey, it's been 8 years, that first year we were 12 people.
Yeah, sure.
We were 12 people. We were 25 people the next year. And then we were 40 people the year after that. We didn't start this development with 500 people on the side. I don't have $700 million that I've collected from crowdsourcing like Star Citizen. And again, it's no heat against Star Citizen. You know, it is what it is. I'm just saying, like, this is a project built of passion. And by the way, Ashes isn't going to be for everybody. We are a PvX game. Probably half the market doesn't want PvP in their game. Half of the market share of MMORPG players probably do not want our flagging system. But I understand that. And there's space in the market share for a game like us, even if half of the people don't like our visuals, don't like our art, don't want our, mechanics. Okay, do we want to gatekeep the other half of the market share that do want that?
Yeah.
Is it, if you don't like it, does it mean it shouldn't be made? Does it mean it's a scam? Does it mean that you should demean the character of the people who are putting their blood, lives, sweat, and tears into the project and make false statements that you yourself can be liable for like that, Narc? No.
Well, so
if you want to walk away, if that's truly your intent, then by all means, walk away. Don't drag us through the mud in an effort to get views and misrepresent the game when you do it. Like, come off of it.
So we can get back to this whole desert situation, right? About it being an expansion to the desert. Now, whenever you were talking about the expansion to the desert that was going to happen on December 20th, what is that? What?
That's the nodes. That's the node.
Okay.
So these three locations, you see this node that says Athanar, Sunhaven, and Asmeron. Like, those were nodes that didn't exist before the 20th.
Okay, so those all got added.
Now they
they have
nodes.
Can you go to one of those? Like, because I think you went to one of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
And how many people, by the way, are on the server? Like, do you have any idea of like how many people there are?
We have over 110,000. I think it's like 112,000 people now that are participating in Alpha 2. And on our record for a server was 7,400, I think, on December 20th. We had 7,400 people on one realm, which, by the way, for an Unreal Engine 5 game is, I don't know of any other UE5 games that have released that have been able to achieve that number. So if anybody else knows that, they can.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah,
I don't think so. So this is the Sunhaven node.
Okay.
Right? And this
is one of, and this was added in the December. Okay, so this is, so to say that like there was nothing that was added, this was added.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, there were 3 nodes.
And there's 2 more of them besides this.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And they were encampments before this, and crossroads before that. So anybody that played it, they can come and they can see this. There's building sections here that a mayor can construct.
Is one of them called Asmerin? Because I think that's where a Narc was in the video.
Asmerin?
Yeah. Can you go to that? Because like again, it's just about like this thing about it being on the edge of the map. To me, this might sound like some kind of like weird fixation, but like to me that matters a lot because it's like, was it or wasn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. The other key takeaway is that like, whoops, I got stuck under the ground.
Yep.
Nobody look. You're not supposed to teleport. Hold on. There we go. This is Asmerin. Let's see, where would the edge be? So already you can see that Asmerin is kind of near the edge.
Okay.
Right? This is Asmerin.
Okay, and so it's at the edge down there at the bottom. Yeah, if I look at his map, it just, like, I don't know. I mean, I could, like...
This is the edge. This is Asmerin, and then this is the edge right here.
Okay.
You can't go further.
So if you just go... Okay, so you can't even... And this is the case all around the map, right? Like this is like if you go.
You can see the map edge is here.
So
you can't go further than that.
Okay, so this. Okay.
See, I'm trying to like it won't let me.
Okay. So
and that's where Azran is. But again, the key point isn't so much whether or not he was at the edge. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe he was 100 meters off of the edge. I don't know. But regardless, the point is he showed side-by-side comparisons of our showcase from 2 years ago, and he said none of this is in the game. That is what he said.
Yeah.
He said none of this is in the game, and that's bullshit. I just released a video that showed all those episodes.
This is it. This was added into the game on December 20th.
Yes.
Okay.
This was added into the game on December 20th. Anybody who's been playing here, let me ask this dude. Here, let me just ask this guy. Hello, Mew. Hold on.
And this is in the live version of the Alpha 2 that other players can regularly see.
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on.
Okay. So you're asking how long
so
you've been playing?
I just asked him. He says since Alpha 1.
Okay. Somebody else saying they were there? Yeah. May I ask a question? All right. Were these nodes present in phase 1? He says no.
There you go.
All right. Well, he's gonna have to check his PayPal,
Hold
right?
on. Let's give him a hat. We need to give him a hat.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Boom. We just gave him a Santa hat.
Great. Good for him.
Hold on. Let's ask him if he can put the Santa hat on real quick. Look at him dancing. I guess I'm big dog.
So, and also like there's going to be more stuff I'm sure added to the desert as time goes on, right? I mean, it's not like it.
I mean, what kind of a question is that? As you know that? Come on, like we're building the game.
Well, it's just yeah, but like I'm leading it because like that's like these are what the concerns are, right? And
yeah, that's true.
And so like that's really I'm not really like obviously like let's be real. Fucking obviously, it's not like you're gonna have a bunch of random mobs out there doing nothing, right? 100%.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. This is a mayor. Oh, come on! Why didn't this dude put his hat on?
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't know how.
I'm gonna say, put your hat on. Oh man. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, that is the whole point of. Oh, look, he did. He put his hat on.
There it
That's
is.
a Santa hat. Boom.
That's nice.
Thank you. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that, Mew.
About a week late, but it's okay. Yeah.
For real.
So that's going on. You've got all the so this is the desert. They did add new stuff into the second phase with these 3 nodes and the desert being expanded, and with like the dungeon and all of that, I'm sure that'll probably get added into the future too. I feel like a lot
which
of
dungeon?
The one that had that I forgot the term that you used for it.
The Najash dungeon.
Yes, the Najash dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just added the Befallen Forge dungeon in, which is like a bunch of undead dwarves that are governed by a Dracolich, basically.
Yeah.
This is. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this real quick here. This is the Befallen Forge dungeon, which just got added in December 20th as well. There's a little party here that's probably trying to do things.
So it's an outdoor dungeon?
No, this is an indoor dungeon.
Oh, so I mean a non-instanced.
Oh yeah, no, not the vast majority of all of our content in game is open world. Like the whole point of a PvX, game that we're trying to build is contested, zones and whatnot. So that there are
like Black
good
Desert
spots
or whatever. Yeah, no, I get it.
There are good spots to XP. There's rare drops or whatever. For this dude.
Yeah.
That are available. There's another group. They're kind of down here. There's a little puzzle down here that you can succeed at to get to cross. But yeah, it's all open world. In the dungeon you're talking about, the Najash dungeon that has that Essence Geyser,
The Essence Geyser asset is complete, but the asset kit that's used to actually build the interior of that dungeon is obviously something that we're still working on.
Okay.
The Najosh monsters and whatnot have been worked on, and those models we've shown, and that's the whole point of our development update that we do every single month, right? The whole part of us showing all of these assets getting created, all of the world being built and the monsters being constructed, like that's, oh god, I'm gonna die. Hold on. The whole point of that is so that we can get player feedback before we move into mass production, which is an alien idea for many people, for many developers, for many publishers, because of course you can run into situations like the one we're currently in, which is where, hey, a lot of people who are witnessing the game that are very, we have millions of registered users that are interested in Ashes of Creation, because for 8 years we've been very public about its development, which is a good thing. That's the good side of the sword, is that we don't have to spend any money on advertising. We don't have to spend any money on marketing. There is a cost that comes with us needing to each month kind of prepare something to be shown to the public. That's why we have a community team. That's why we have Margaret, who heads up that team, right, in the communications team. And a lot of development teams don't like having to kind of, to essentially having that exposure
to do regular updates, because there's also like there's a degree of accountability with it. No,
absolutely, absolutely. And the biggest concern is that like something changes and the community puts you on a flail for it.
Yeah, of course.
Right, where it's like, oh, you promised this and now it's not a thing anymore. Well, the whole gambit, the whole gamble of this approach is that we can be open about the changes, and we can foster some degree of understanding from our community when those changes happen for the game. Like, isn't that what we want to see, rather than getting something we had no idea about on day one, hating it, and then the game fails, and now, boom, that game is gone.
Yeah.
Like, they can't go back and they can't fix it, right? Because they've already put $300 million into creating what it was.
Yeah.
And for them to go back and fix it, it's going to cost another $100 million or another $150 million in order to do it.
Right.
So, like, to that degree, you're mitigating risk on the side of the open development in exchange for the risk of landing something that people didn't ask for or don't want, right? Well, in my opinion, it's worth this risk that is now being realized in the communications department that's a problem, right? And instead, what we're mitigating is the risk that we land on day one without an audience that gives a fuck to play the game.
Yeah, sure. Of course, right? Because like that, at that point, it's like you're going to have people that, like, if you develop in the wrong direction, you go too far in that direction, you can't change course, and like then you're kind of stuck there.
Correct.
Like I've seen a lot of games that have ended up being in that position.
That's absolutely right. And let me tell you another big thing. One other thing that is really sets my bullshit radar off.
Okay.
He says, that he doesn't agree with the pricing.
That was the big thing I wanted to talk about. Yeah.
No, absolutely, and that's totally fine. Like, this is specifically priced in part to restrict the number of people who are participating in this alpha, because it's not for everybody. In addition, we have to pay for servers to host at a minimum 1 year's worth of time that our alpha is going to be live. And that $100 goes to pay for that 1 year's worth of what would normally be a subscription.
Sure.
1 year's worth of what must normally be a subscription. So how much, what does that come out to? And then on top of that, we're giving 1 month subscription with it, and we're also giving access to all the betas. So I get it. People don't want to pay that money. That's fine. We literally tell people, do not buy the alpha. This is not a game. This is not for you. You will lose nothing by not participating in our alpha. The game will launch, and you cannot pay a box price for it. We don't even have a box price, which is, in my opinion, the best monetization model.
Well, that's the biggest injection. Yeah, of course.
Correct. So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50 probably.
Yeah.
That you should not buy the game. We have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund. If you want a refund and you go in and you play this and you play our alpha and you test our alpha and you test it for 10 hours, 15 hours, we are granting those refunds. because we don't want people to be upset about that. So it is total fucking bullshit that what the statements that the way he represented us and the game in his video. And again, I don't want to pick on Narc. Like, okay, dude, go play another game. Go enjoy your content creator career. Go play Dark Souls. Do you? That is, it's all. This is your life, brother. You go do you. But you left. You lit a match and you threw it behind you and you said, "Fuck you, Steven. Fuck you, Ashes, and fuck you, developers." And that's fucked up.
Well, there it is. Well, I feel like there's a lot of development teams that feel that way, and just from like my own personal opinion, I wish that more development teams would communicate honestly, rather than, you know, go through like 8 layers of PR bullshit, because it's like you don't really know what somebody's thinking. You're not having an honest conversation. It's a bunch of fakery. For sure. No, I do really appreciate you coming on and talking about it and everything. Like, I really do. And, you know, I'm sure it puts you in a weird position, especially with like the people in your team, etc. But
I don't want to be in this position.
Yeah,
like, this is not why I started. This is not why I've devoted 8 years of my life to building this game. I don't want to be here talking about drama. I don't like drama. You don't like drama. I don't like drama. The community probably loves the drama, but I do not. I'm sure it's entertaining, but it's not why we're doing what we're doing. I get it. I get it's entertaining. I get that it sells. And I know that it's some level of exposure, but I just want to make a great game. That's all I want to do. Oh, there's one other thing. That was in our video here. Hold on.
Yeah, no, if there's anything else you want to cover, like I'm ready to see it or hear it or whatever.
I just got a message that was like, "Hey, you should show the snail."
Okay.
Because that was in the desert video.
Yeah, it was.
This is our snail.
That's the mount, right? The blue one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very rare snail.
Okay.
Its name is a wisp whelk. And you can walk around on the wisp whelk. I'm going a little fast.
Okay, so this is the one exactly from the video. Yeah.
Yep. And not only that, the snail, the little horse snail, we call it a snorse, right? It still has some textures that need to be added. It's missing some mats that I think unfortunately got stomped when we did a master material update on the saddle. But you can take the snail and you can press period here and it'll turn into a little snail.
Oh shit, okay. So it's like a mount, like special.
And then you can just, oh shit, no! Oh, it killed the fucking snail. God damn it.
Oh, wow. So it has like 2 different movement types.
Yeah, it has 2 different movement types.
Outside of that guy attacking you? Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's cool.
There's one other thing, by the way, Pirate Software Thor, he's been playing the game a lot. I know that he's a big proponent of it. We definitely have a lot of systems that are mirrored off of the way that EVE's economy and like Zero Sec Space and stuff have been architected. We have a lawless zone. We have a we have a territory in the open seas that are kind of similar to Zero Sec. And you know, a lot of the things that Narc said about Pirate are just totally unfair and demeaning as well. And I think that it's important. The biggest takeaway that I have when it comes to these types of interactions is that we're all part of the same ecosystem and genre of player groups.
Yeah.
We have all been, I went on your show back in 2020 when I was driving to Vegas, and I made the statement that as an MMO player, we all feel like a bunch of beaten dogs.
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
And that is still to this day very true, and we all know this because of some of the games that have recently released.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that there is some level of camaraderie that should be had within our community as MMORPG gamers. Because the only way that we're going to get games that answer the calls of things that we want, which is not gotcha quality of life bullshit monetization, which is not pay to win, which is not undermining the player achievement in game and integrity, like those are the core tenets that I think are most important when it comes to actually bringing in an MMORPG to today's market that I think a lot of developments and a lot of publishers are still getting wrong.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we can be supportive of each other. The tribalism doesn't need to exist. A game doesn't need to call to you aesthetically, visually, or mechanically in order for you to say, hey, I wish that game does well.
Yeah,
I
sure.
wish that game finds an audience.
I think a lot of people, well, the reason why I think a lot of people do it is that they, and this is especially true with gacha games, is like they're terrified of their gacha game going end of service and like all of their waifus going into the void, right? And like it's the same thing with MMOs where it's like, well, I don't want to have this game die because this item that I spent 1,000 hours farming isn't going to matter anymore. I think that's the real reason why you see a lot of the tribals. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. No, I mean, you're 100% correct. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to speak to the better part of humanity, which is different than that. Hey, look, you may have a sunk cost, but in order for that sunk cost to feel better, there can be something else on the horizon for you to move to. And those things will be less if you shit on them.
Yeah, sure.
Like, there will be less opportunity if you shit on it. The reason why people say the MMORPG genre is a dying genre is in part our own culpability. We as an audience have some level of responsibility to be supportive of the people who are trying to push the bounds. And I'm not saying for people to come and support me. I will do this on my own. Okay, that is okay. You can watch, and when the game comes out, if it's for you, please come and join us.
Yeah.
But we can still be supportive of each other. And it doesn't need to be a light a match and stroke the fire because you get some views.
No, there it is. Well, hopefully, I mean, I think that I agree with you there. I mean, I feel like that's why I wanted to have the conversation with like you and also Narc, is because I feel like at the end of the day, almost everybody really does want the same thing. And so it's like, why is there this much animosity and hostility over people that effectively agree with each other? It's a very, very weird dynamic, right? And so I do hope that, like, you know, more honest conversations like this and everything do really kind of help people get that better understanding.
Yeah.
So yeah,
hey, look, it's Thor.
Yeah.
We found Thor.
There he is. There is the guy. Oh shit.
He's flying around on his little thunder wing.
Oh, he's got a flying mount too. Oh,
he's
shit.
a mayor. He's a mayor of one of the nodes.
Yeah, there you go.
So
there you go. There you go. That's a nice mount too.
It is pretty cool. It's a sweet mount.
Well, look, man, I really appreciate you coming on and talking with it and just like giving everybody just like straight up, like no bullshit version of like what's really going on. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate your audience
Absolutely.
too.
Yep, for
Hope
sure.
you guys have a nice new year, and we'll see you at some point in the alpha. If you want to play, let me know. I'll run around with you. We can game. We can get a group together.
Okay.
Try it out, brother.
All right, man. I'll keep it in mind. I'll have to download it whenever I'm not streaming, and that way it won't DDoS me. So I'll see you later.
Later.
All right, peace. Give me a minute. Yeah. So man, wow, what a day! What a day! What a day, to be honest. I think that is exactly what I would say. What a day! What a fucking day! Man, that is crazy. Oh my fucking god! Rising stream, yeah. Faded Steven is showing the entire game. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I've been cooking. Yeah, I mean, well, the reason I wanted to get Steven on is that, like, at the end of the day, I mean, I can't really, you know, I don't make the game. Like, I'm not, like, if I say, like, yeah, this is what I think they're doing, like, people are gonna say that it's copium, but, you know, I do feel like, that pretty much explains it, right? Yeah, thanks for Steven on. You're knowledgeable at game tech too. I try to be. I talk to Pirate. I might do that at some point. I think it'd be good to like just get everybody together and talk about it. Like, I don't want to have like people forcing content or anything, but like, yeah, no, I'd definitely be down to talk to them at some point. Especially, are you an investor? No, I've said this. I will say it again. I will be absolutely clear. I have no financial investment in Ashes of Creation. I have zero. No. Yep, absolutely not. Cap, there was not a misunderstanding. Yeah. He said he's down to talk. Yeah. Let me see. What's the best way to do? Thor said call him. Okay, I don't know if I have him on Discord. What's he gonna do? Yeah, give me 1 second. Quattro. Yeah. Yeah, let him know. I don't want to talk for like a huge long period of time, but like I do want to get his take on things and like kind of get where he's coming from, etc. Let me just I'll DM him on Twitter, and I will. It's not there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know why it didn't work. Okay. Okay, I just DM'd him. He said he just DM him on Discord. It's just Pirate Software. Oh, is it really? Okay. I'll add him real quick. Okay. Let's see here. Add friend. Software and got it. Okay. I sent him a friend request on Discord. The drama caught was hilarious. Hey, look, guys. Look, I try to bring it, I try to make the content. What can I say? You know, we try to have a show. We try to put on a show. That's the way it is. Replying on Twitter? Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, yeah, he's gonna add me. All right, great. Yeah, just DM me. I like that you got both perspectives. Yeah, of course. I mean, like, yeah, 100%. Okay. And... all right. Okay, he's good. All right, let me call Thor. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I was just wiping to a world boss smashes.
Oh boy, yeah, in that dungeon?
Oh yeah, so stupid, dude. I pulled extra mobs because I'm a dumbass. It was great.
How is it, dude? I've been seeing you playing this game like non-stop.
Yeah, I think in Alpha 2 Phase 1, I had about 400 hours, and I think in Phase 2, I'm over 100 hours now. So
wow.
I've just been having a blast in it. I think the thing is I got back into Hardcore Classic World of Warcraft recently because I'm doing the OnlyFans stuff, and it really kind of got me into that mood of like, I want to play a game where you don't level to 60 instantly, where you don't get max level immediately, where you don't get everything handed to you. And I got into this, and I was like, okay, it's going to be an alpha. It's probably going to suck. And the first, like, 2 weeks, it was a mess, man. Like, because it's an alpha. Like,
well,
it's
you
gonna
remember
be that.
I
Like,
tried to log on. That was a bad day, man.
Oh, yeah. No, it's wild. But, like, the thing that got me was, like, I was like, okay, I got my key back in 2021, like, a while ago.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for this, and they finally brought this thing out.
So you
like,
played the first alpha too, right?
I actually didn't end up playing the first alpha because I got an alpha 2 key back then.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't end up getting to play the first alpha. And like, I got into it and I was like, okay, this is really rough. I'm a bit worried. And within a month, everything in the game had changed.
Yeah.
They'd fixed all the server performance issues. Like, the game was actually playable. And we stopped worrying about, like, is the game playable? And started worrying about strategizing.
Like playing the game.
To compete with other players.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is really good. And then once Phase 2 started, we were like, okay, let's get into Phase 2. I wonder what they've added. And they expanded the map into the desert, and those 3 new nodes are there, and everybody got wiped. But the economic changes have been pretty massive because you have 3 whole new zones. You've got like 30% more of a map, right?
Okay, yeah.
So like it's been fun and
like
interesting. And they added this
spread,
dungeon,
etc.
Yeah. And they started adding these dungeons too. Like we've got that dungeon that he showed you. And then we've got like more Tower of Parfin now and Grave Peak. So there's 3 like major endgame areas right now that are hard. They're like 16-man open world dungeons.
Oh wow!
You have to do.
So you need to bring in 16 people to even make it happen.
Yeah, if you do it with 8, it's possible, but the bosses they're going to beat you.
Do they scale?
Especially the final one. They don't scale. No, they're just really hard.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's no scaling or anything like that. But if you're over leveling over the monsters, they don't drop loot. So like it's not going to allow max level players to come back and just like farm that boss so you never get into it.
Yeah,
like, it is good for the time that it's good.
So what did you think about, like, obviously I'm sure a lot of people had, you know, were bringing up Narc's video and like this whole discourse of like what's going on, and you know, I'm really curious like what your take on all of it is, because like I mean you have way more experience than I do with like development, like software development especially, right? And so like how do you feel like the way that Narc approached Ash is like, how much of that do you think is like accurate, is like a fan, or like kind of like where are you coming from with him?
I think the biggest thing is it looks like he felt like he got burned pretty early on and has been upset for a while, and that's kind of snowballed, right? If that makes sense. But this video didn't make a lot of sense to me as a player because I've been following all the communication, I've been seeing all the things they're doing and seeing the throughput that they have for these updates.
Yeah.
And they've been really communicative. Like here, I've sent you the roadmap that they sent out. Like, they're really granular on this thing, man. Like, they show all the pictures of what they're going to do. They have breakdowns for all of it, videos for everything that they're doing, and they've kept to this. And if they have to push it, which they've done a couple times, they're like, hey, guys, we're pushing this. Or, like, one of the things they did recently is they're like, hey, we're pushing some of the content, but we're making it so the game is 24/7 playable until January 6th. So, like, all through Christmas break, we had no breaks in server runtime. We've just been playing every day. And, like, that's stuff that's just completely unexpected, legitimately. Most of the time when you interact with devs, especially for like AAA or anything like that, you don't get to have a conversation.
Well, you can see why. I think the worst part about it is the fact that like you're totally right, and I think this is the reason why. It's because a lot of them are gun shy because they don't want to come out and have an opinion about something, and then somehow things change, the release doesn't happen when you think it should, and then before you know it, now you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too is like people get so upset about that, and then the dev has to pull back because they've got investors or some shit, and then they piss off the investors, and they're afraid to say anything, and then the players think that they're being abandoned or being ignored. But like, we have an opportunity finally to have an MMO where you don't have investors. Like he's bankrolling this shit himself, right? And you get to talk to the dev like he's the game director. You can just be like, I think this sucks. And they'll be like, let's have a talk about it.
Exactly.
He shows up in the Reddit all the time. And he actually responds. Like,
well, you know who else does that is Chris Wilson.
Everyone bitches.
I mean, look at in PoE. Like I know you played a little bit of PoE too, right?
Oh, I love PoE.
It's so good, right? And so like, and Chris gets in the trenches. He is on Reddit writing diatribes. He's writing manifestos on Reddit, arguing with people, and like that's real, genuine interaction. And I feel like that's why the game's so good. And so it's so weird to see people that are complaining about that.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is like we've asked as players for ages just to have a conversation, and finally when you have a conversation, they're getting shit on. And I'm like, dude, you have to be mad about something that's real, right? Like if you're gonna be angry, it's gotta be real. It's gotta make sense. And like in that video when he showed off the desert, I was like, I know exactly where that is on the map. Yeah. And I actually showed it off on stream. I was like, I know exactly where that is. He did it during phase 2 alpha, but during or alpha 2 phase 1. Yeah. Which is before they added everything to the desert. Right. That was a month ago. That's it. Like all of the things that you saw in there, that whole zone, everything, that was added in a month, man. Yeah. And it wasn't the only thing too. Like there's tons of stuff they don't even put in the patch notes. Like we went to go farm in this area. Let me actually put the name of this damn place. Darrigal Estates. We went to go farm there, and we had this room that was just like an empty wooden box that we were farming in during phase 1, and it looked like shit. And we went back in there during phase 2. It's like filled with set dressing. There's like mushrooms and stuff all over the walls. Like everything looks incredible, and that's not even in the patch notes. So like every environment got picked up with that. And I remember like when we first walked into Wind and Sea, which is probably the next zone they're going to be unlocking for this, it was flat and green, and now it's like a tropical beachside with like plants and trees and all kinds of stuff.
So like there's things on the patch notes that are being added in. It's not like every single thing that's stated is being added in. Or I guess vice versa.
There's things that aren't even in the patch notes that are being added. If you move around, and it sucks because like Narc was a mayor in the game, which means he had a flying mount. He could see all of this.
Yes.
And that video doesn't portray any of it. It shows the opposite. And that was so, to me, that was like, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you know better than that. You know what's going on. You can see it, right?
So what do you think about, like, because obviously I think it's been really contentious. A lot of people, at least especially in like YouTube comments, have been really critical about the price tag of the game. And I think that that's where I think a lot of the criticism and the frustration comes from, is that people paid money to play the game, and the game isn't what they wanted it to be, which is disappointing. I mean, it's understandable, right? I mean, you know, viewers, consumers are going to have the opinions they're going to have. But at the same time, like it's definitely a double-edged sword with charging that much money for a beta, because people are going to have that opinion.
Yeah, I think generally, like, especially as players, we're used to an alpha or a beta that's like a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of days. You'll get this all the time from AAA where they're like, hey, you get early access for 3 days for $100 kind of a shit, right?
A marketing tool.
And most of the people, people that come into my chat have that kind of an opinion. They're like, oh, this is going to be like a couple of days, right? And I was like, no. Like, if you look at the roadmap, that key isn't just alpha. It's alpha 2, which we're on right now, all of beta 1, all of beta 2, a month of game time when it launches. That's the next 1.5 to 2 years on the roadmap.
Yeah.
So, like, when we're looking at that, if we try to compare that to other offers, right, inside of MMOs, you've got something like World of Warcraft. It's $15 a month. It's $180 a year.
Yeah.
And you're doing $110 for 2 years minimum.
So
and then
you're
a month of game
looking
time
at it like you're prorating or amortizing the cost of a subscription over the year of content that the beta is going to have, and that's kind of like how you make sense out of it.
For me, that's how I made sense of it as a baseline. And then I got into it being like, okay, this makes sense for me from a purchase perspective, from a consumer perspective. And I got in, and it was more than that, more than what I expected. Because we have things where, like, in the beginning, you could do server performance tests, and the way that you would do that is you just restrict the environment or something like that, make all the players go to that area. The way that they did it is Steven got on, turned into a god, flew around and PvP'd us while RPing it all out and directing all of the players to attack him through the world while they did performance testing in the background. So you have things like this that are just so much more interesting and engaging for the player base in a way that still gets the objective done.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have had that experience had I not jumped in. And that was really interesting to me.
Well, that's one of the best things about alphas and like the early testing periods of games is you have like those weird like random moments, right? I mean, I remember I had a moment where I was in like the wrong place or a place I wasn't supposed to be in like a WoW alpha, and then a GM came and killed me, and it's like I always remember that. Because like those cool moments are, they're totally worth it. They're amazing.
Yeah, I had this moment that was really hilarious. It's like he was actually doing wishes for players, and the way that they do that is like he puts out a riddle in global or something like that, and the first person to solve it, they tell him a wish of what they want to have, and then he adds that to the backlog for the game.
Yeah.
And the one for ours is he teleported me to the top of a tower and he gave me a riddle, and I got to solve it. I actually solved it, thankfully. It was the answer was Vera, which is the name of the world, and I wouldn't have gotten that unless I read the wiki, so I got into the lore and everything.
Okay.
And then he gave me a wish, and I said, I want to add ferrets to the video game. And he said, okay, we're going to do that. And he hands me a mount and then killed me with lightning. And like that was the event. And it was just like, I'm always going to remember that because that shit's hilarious.
Yeah.
Right? And you just have this crazy moment with this. And it was funny because it wasn't just streamers they were doing this with.
Yeah.
It was just random people in the world. They did it a whole bunch of times across the different servers. And I love that, man. And like, I have not seen that since Vanilla WoW.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that, that kind of interaction
I
with
think they're
developers.
afraid to, and that's the thing. That's what's so disappointing. It's what you were talking about earlier. It's like developers are gun shy to do stuff like this because people can take it out of context or turn it into something that it's not. But the reality is I think a lot of people really enjoy and appreciate that kind of stuff because it reminds them of times when gaming wasn't as, I don't want to do like this whole like, counterculture, it was corporate and everything, but it did feel like it was more relaxed. And I feel like it takes us back to a time like that. It's very reminiscent of that.
It is, and that's why I've liked WoW Classic Hardcore so much.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're all out there, like, role-playing our characters, surviving the world, and when you lose someone in Hardcore, in WoW, it's devastating, right? You could have a dude with, like, 15 played days on a Hardcore character, he just dies in the middle of something like that. It's like, oh, God, dude. It's terrifying. And, like, that kind of an experience is in this, mostly because the time it took me to level. To go from level 1 to level 25 was about 100 hours.
Jesus.
And that was me optimizing that.
What's the cap
now?
That was is it 25?
It's 25.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 25. So, like, the plan at launch, I guess, is 50. And they were saying that should take months, if not a year, to do it. And it makes sense because most of what I realized was if you are only focusing on your character level, that's like your adventurer level, your power level, right, for fighting monsters, but professions are outside of that. So they're not restricted by your character levels. So one of the things that I've been seeing a lot of is like we have this guy on the server, he just trained up all the things to make mounts. like do animal husbandry and go and hunt out mounts and like build those. And he's like the mount guy on the server. And what he did in phase 1 was he told everyone which towns he was going to be in throughout the day. And he was a traveling mount salesman and just sold them off to people. And it was freaking rad. And he was like level 11, but he was the most sought after player in the game.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. It's like, instead of, this is the best thing. I used to love this about Classic WoW. And it was a bit in Burning Crusade too, is that some people, instead of being a warrior or a mage, they could be a leatherworker or a blacksmith. I love that so much because it expands the way that you can play the game, and it gives people more options and like progression paths. And yeah, I'm a huge supporter of like long form progression content, or sorry, profession content. 100%.
I'm super into the profession system. I think right now it's like
it's
a
immersion
hint
player
of what it's
behavior.
going to be. Yeah, exactly, and that's what you want, man. Like especially in a social sandbox game, because like I played Eve for 15 years. Like I'm a huge Eve nerd, right? And I came from that kind of world that's brutal as shit. And when I get into this, I see a lot of the failures that Eve had in terms of like area ownership, because there's this thing in Eve called sovereignty.
Yeah.
You can take a section of the map of the galaxy and you basically own it as your corporation or alliance, which is like a guild or an alliance of guilds.
Yeah,
right?
I've got like a rough understanding, but okay, go ahead.
You kill basically everyone that comes in there that's not your guys, right?
Yeah, sure.
In this, you have these things called nodes. They're like towns, and those level up as anyone does anything in that zone of the game. So the town grows with you, and that already is really interesting. But unlike Sov and Eve, you can't exclude a small guild. You can't exclude a solo player. So because everyone lives in that
to the economy. Like that's my understanding is the nodes is so you have to make the nodes appealing to other people by having them contribute to the economy and like having taxes be fair, etc.
Exactly. So right now I'm the mayor of Halcyon on the Lyneth server, and we dropped the taxes to minimum. We've focused our town on mount production. So we made all the facilities for people to be able to train and craft mounts. And now everybody goes in and they're like, oh, that's where you buy a Porsche. That's where you buy a Ferrari. And it's cool because we have to spec into that, and we can't make our town do anything else in another direction, right?
Yeah.
So we have this like highly specialized system, and it has to rely on every other town's highly specialized systems in order for all of us to progress together. But we also have wars with each other. We go and fight. You can actually make siege weapons and go destroy other towns. That's the thing that I'm interested most in this phase is the siege weapons coming out. Because I want to see how that works.
Did you see the big fight that they did with like the 250 players thing where they brought out like the trebuchets and like the catapults and like all this stuff? Oh my god, it was amazing. That's
Помню-то помню, но проблема в том, что
we did like a caravan thing the other day, and I'm waiting for the servers to be able to handle like super large scale PvP, because right now you get kind of like distance limited vision, right? It's just the render distance is just not very far. But we did about a 200. It's got to be like 150 people in that fight.
Yeah,
and it was fun. Like it was really cool, and like. We had some bugs and system problems where it was like we have a caravan and the caravan makes a PvP zone around it, which is cool. And I invited everyone in the server to try and come kill me because we're the dominant force, right?
Yeah.
And they kind of formed up, and our guys formed up, and then they couldn't flag for PvP for the caravan because you have to get close to it. We're like, okay, everyone hold back. They all came up and flagged, and then they went away, and then we actually had a real battle. It was super fun, man. Like it was cool to do. And everybody was like cheering afterwards. We took photos. It was cool.
Well, that's what MMOs are supposed to be, right? And like you have like that's the emergent player behavior that systems like that are supposed to create happen, or like to like make happen. And if that's the way the game is going to be designed, I think that's what really keeps people engaged in it for a really long period of time. I think that classic WoW is like that. For example, like the Ungoro, like the Ungoro Crater Mafia, or like the way that people would farm Scarabord, or like all these other types of like emergent player behavior. That's the stuff that like really makes a game like Eve or any sandbox game. That's what keeps it alive, or also that's what kills it if it's not done properly.
I completely agree. And like those types of systems that they add in here, like I'll give you an example. We're fighting in this raid right now. I've got 17 people in the raid. We're about to kill the boss. Near the boss, there's 2 crafting tables. Those crafting tables create items that can only be crafted here. So you need to get a guy that has dedicated himself to metallurgy. And that dude is really hard into metallurgy. Like he is trained for that. You bring him in here, you keep him alive, and then you get him to that so he can start his crafts. And then you have to bring him in to go and get the crafts back out later. And that kind of stuff is really cool. It reminded me of like in Skullomance, where you could go and make flasks inside of Skullomance. Yeah, or BRD, same thing. Like that shit is rad. And I miss that for crafting because it makes a crafter into a utility piece.
It makes the game a world, right? And I feel like people say MMOs are dead now, But like, if you think about how many of these shows have you watched? Have you watched like Overlord, Sword Art Online, any of that?
Yeah. I'm a huge freak, dude.
Of course. Yeah, so I have too. I've watched Log Horizon, every single one of them. It's like, if these shows are so fucking popular, why is it that people can't make a game that follow the paradigms in these shows? And I feel like if you watch these shows, the old original MMO paradigms, like what you're talking about, the BRD, or like going down to the bottom and having like this like maxed out blacksmith that's able to create this insane weapon, like that is all a narrative that people love to see. And it's something that people remember for like 10 or 20 years. So like, I feel like these isekai animes are like a really good benchmark of like where people really want to see dynamics and narratives in MMOs go.
I actually have an item on screen if you want to see this.
I do. I'm
real
watching.
quick.
Yeah, weaponsmithing, quality experience rating. Yeah.
So these pants only drop in this dungeon. So you need to get these and then extract them back out to bring them to your crafters as well. They have all kinds of crazy items like this, and they can be upgraded with enchantments and all kinds of other stuff that you do. And they're not like they're not easy to get. Like this is, you bring a 16-man in to get a pair of pants for your guild weaponsmith, so you can gain advantage on the server, because now you guys are the ones making the thing.
Oh, I remember.
And then
I remember hoping that New World would be this game.
Dude, that's exact. I remember when we first started playing this, and I was like, "Oh man, this is what New World was supposed to be."
Exactly. Yes, and it's like the alpha was like that. That's what it was. They changed it, and you even had the weaponsmithing stuff. It's like I was thinking. I remember there were specific weaponsmithing pants, but it's just it didn't turn out that way. And I feel like again, it's like the. I feel like a lot of games are afraid to tell people no with certain things, and I think that's also a big. That's going to be a huge point of contention with Ashes. And I feel like it's going to be massive. And I don't even believe that, like, now you only have the people that are, like, extremely invested, right? Literally hundreds of dollars. But, like, when you bring in those more casual players, I'm expecting to see a huge amount of people that are frustrated about that.
I think it's going to be one of those games where, like, a lot of people join and many of them fall off because EVE Online. Right, you've got a more PvP-oriented environment. You've got a difficult game. It's got something that is probably not going to be very interesting for people that don't have like a super long interest in something, like low attention span on stuff, things like that, because it takes time.